Any pizza on my face? No, you're good. You're good. Hey,
So here at capacity for the Thank you.
he's there.
Okay.
This is the City of Reno Planning Commission meeting dated Thursday, November 20th, 2025 at 6 p.m. The time is 6:03. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Picotti. We are at capacity for this meeting, so I kindly ask if some of you provide a public comment. We do have TVs outside. After you provide public comment, please consider watching out there so that we can get more people in for public comment. Madam Clerk?
We'll turn
Madam
the mics
Clerk,
up.
roll call.
We will turn the mics up. Please maintain decorum in chambers.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
David Jockman,
Here.
Jacob Williams, Manny Becerra,
Here.
Christina Del Villar,
Here.
Tina Gonfiantini,
Here.
Carrie Romeyer,
Here.
Alex Velto.
Here.
We have a quorum of the Reno City Planning Commission.
Item A3, public comment. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the Planning Commission as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the Planning Commission agenda. Please note that the Planning Commission may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment at this time, please raise your hand. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. We did receive correspondence for this item that were forwarded to the Planning Commission and entered into the record. Additionally, I have one public comment card from John Marshall.
Please state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is John Marshall, and I wanted to make certain, Mr. Chair, that by speaking now, I won't be prevented from speaking again for 3 minutes on the LDC 250061.
That is correct. So
Thank
there will
you.
be, and just for everyone to be, could you please stop the clock while I make this communication? So there is an opportunity to speak under A3 where we are right now. We only have one item on the agenda tonight, that is C1. You will be afforded an opportunity to speak under that item. So you have an opportunity to speak now or then, I kindly ask that you will, if you do provide a public comment, that you consider taking a step to the lobby so that you can allow more people to provide public comment. We will get to everybody, so don't worry about that. Okay, please proceed.
John, I've restarted your time. So
Thank you very much. Like I said, I'm John Marshall. I'm here with Luke Busby, and we're representing Save Lake Ridge Open Space, NCC. I'd like to first, in this first 3 minutes, and I'm doing this because we only have a total of 6 minutes to present to you, whereas staff and the applicant have significantly more time. What I wanted to do here first was just set some context and then subsequently go into the grounds for, my part will be for the finding, you can't make the findings on the record before you. So with that, I really want to talk about that the remapping request that is before you, like all remapping requests, either master plan amendments or zoning map amendments, they contain really two questions. And one is, should we get rid of what we have? And the other one is, what should we put in its place? You can't focus on one, you have to look at both. And I think oftentimes, at least from my perspective in the staff report, that first question is, do we want, did I get extra time?
you did get extra time. I forgot to set the timer. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's two basic questions. One is about, should we maintain what we have? And if it's going to change, what should it change to? And you can't answer only the second question. You have to look at the policies, et cetera, in favor of the existing zoning and master plan designation scheme itself. So I think that's an important thing for the commission to keep in mind. I'd also like to say, just on a personal note, it's great to be back in front of the Planning Commission after being on in your seats. I understand what a difficult job it is, so thank you for your patience. You're not acting on this item on a blank slate. In 2021, as you know, the Planning Commission looked closely at the question of whether or not the open space designation should be maintained for a portion, about half of the acreage that we're talking about tonight, the actual driving range parcel. And unanimously, the Planning Commission at that time found that the open space, the PGOS designation should remain. And of course, I'm going to have to point out that Mr. Velto was with me on the Planning Commission at that time and voted in favor of denying the request. So in a greater sense, really the question is, what has changed in the interim that should require or allow a different outcome? And I think that is the end of my time. And so I'll be back and talking about traffic, removal, proposed incompatibility, and that the SPD is not consistent with zoning direction in NRS. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, next public comment.
That's all I have for general public comment. You all commented under the item. So you'll provide public comment during the actual agenda item.
Do we have any requests in chambers to speak at this time, or would we like to wait to the agenda item? Hearing none. Can we confirm there are any outside before we proceed?
Yes, I was just notified that there's about 30 people outside with public comment cards. So we can collect those and see if they'd like to speak during general.
Yeah, let's check the public comment cards.
1 second.
I'll speak now.
So I did just request, yeah, so please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. And when you are finished, please complete a form Are they blue tonight, Callie?
I did complete the form.
Perfect, okay.
Great. Stephen Flanagan, live on Lake Ridge. Thank you all for coming and supporting this drive. I was a developer. I've been on all sides of what's going on tonight, and really the bottom line for us is the traffic. Already, that's rated F between Lakeside and Plumas. We know what's going to happen. The other thing is, I sense, for me personally, I sense a drive by the Duncan Golf Management to limit the golf. So they went from a golf range to no golf range. They went from twilight golf to 9 holes after a certain time. They went to giving away free water, which, by the way, I'm truly jealous because you guys get to have water and we don't. Yeah, and so, again, having been a developer, I understand the money. I understand what's going on. And it seems to me as a golfer, where I used to get ice, I used to get a complimentary bottle of water, I don't do that. So they have chipped away, Duncan Golf Management has chipped away at the value of being a member of Lake Ridge, which originally, many of us were part of the HOA, which got a 30% discount when Lake Ridge was developed. That has gone by the wayside now at this point. But again, that's really all I have to say. I hope you recognize the importance of open space and opening and letting the camel's nose get under the tent, how dangerous this is for all of our open space. Thank you.
Have we confirmed that there are no requests to speak under this item outside of chambers?
I don't think so, no.
We had one other request over here. Please step forward and state your name for the record.
Chair,
Also, if you have submitted a, sure, Commissioner Velto,
I just want to, do you mind if I clarify something for?
please.
So, some of y'all, this may be your first time coming to a planning commission meeting. It is very helpful for us to hear public comment after the presentation. So the way it's structured is the applicant and the city will present, and then we'll do our disclosures, and then you're able to basically comment on what we've said and what they've said. You're obviously able to make public comment now. It's just very helpful for us to hear it in that order. But with that, you can make public comment whenever. Just want to throw that out there in case there was some confusion as to the process.
Thank you for checking.
Yeah.
I'm on kind of a time restraint.
Totally.
Please.
Also, is there a way of projecting my message?
Yeah, so
Yes.
right next to at the podium, you have an opportunity to provide a visual.
Great. I
Please
just have
state
a
your-
simple message.
Please
Terry
state your name for the
Rupert,
record.
Terry Rupert for the record, and I am a homeowner in Ward 2. I was involved in a recent appeal, and I got very familiar with traffic studies, and this is really, is that going to show correctly, is my message. When there are cities across this nation that planning commissions and city councils require cumulative impact analysis to be done with traffic studies. You can't just look at a project in isolation. There are other projects around this area that have been approved, and I did not see in reading the summary of this traffic study for the golf course project where that was mentioned. I could be wrong. That was my interpretation. I don't see how you can approve projects without requiring traffic studies include this cumulative impact analysis. I really wish that that's something the Planning Commission and the City Council would visit. I think this is a requirement that is reasonable, and I think the citizens of Reno deserve that. And that's all I'm going to say, because you're going to hear a lot about all the other issues surrounding the project. Thank you.
Chair, we have confirmed there's no one outside who would like to speak under general public comment.
Very good. We have item A4, approval of the agenda for possible action. That is today's agenda.
So
Can I get a
moved.
motion to,
Commissioner Becerra, second.
a motion and a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item A5, approval of the minutes from our November 5th, 2025 meeting.
Commissioner Velto, move to approve.
Commissioner Williams, second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will move staff announcements to be after the public hearing tonight, so we'll get right into the agenda item that you are all here for. Item C1, staff report for possible action and a recommendation to City Council. So I want to take a minute to explain that. The motion that will be made tonight will be a recommendation. It is not a final decision. This could be denied, this could be approved. Regardless of how that goes, this will advance to City Council. The City Council could then reverse our decision with a simple majority or a failed majority vote. Staff, would you like to add into that at all?
No, I think you summed it up nicely.
Very good. So the format for this, as Commissioner Velto pointed out, we will begin with a staff presentation from Ms. Picotti. We will then have an applicant presentation. We will follow with disclosures, and then we will go to public comment. So you will have an opportunity to provide comment based on everything that you have heard. Ms. Picotti, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Leah Picotti, and I am an Associate Planner with the City of Reno Development Services. This evening, I am presenting the application for Lake Ridge Resort. I'm sure everybody here probably knows where this is located, but it is a 12.5 acre site, which is part of a larger 85 acre site south of McCarran and just west of the Plumas intersection. Tonight, we're looking at two different requests. One is for a master plan amendment from Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to suburban mixed use. And the second is for a zoning map amendment from Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to a specific plan district. And I'm kind of going to talk about each one of those by themselves. So we're going to start with that master plan amendment. So request number one is the master plan amendment from Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to suburban mixed use. So on the screen, outlined in blue, is the 12.5 acre parcel. On the left-hand side of the screen is the current the current master plan designation, and on the right-hand side of the screen is the proposed designation. As you can see, that 12.5 acre parcel is adjacent to existing suburban mixed use. Now, this is a much larger picture of that southern portion of McCarran there. But what I want to point out is that everything you see in pink is suburban mixed use. This extends all the way from that circle that's over on the right-hand side of the screen, that's Meadowood Mall, all the way down the south side of McCarran to right at this property line. Everything else, everything on the south side of McCarran, from Meadowood Mall to this site, is suburban mixed use. Secondly, the suburban mixed use does not conform to Tier 2. Now, this might be a little bit confusing, but I just want to throw it out there because the way that this works is that the Planning Commission is making a recommendation to City Council. City Council will then hear this item. They'll have two different readings. First, they'll look at the ordinance introduction where we'll explain what's going on. If they choose, they can move it forward to an adoption, so 2 City Council hearings. Then it would move forward to the Regional Planning Commission, who would hear this and look at both the tier amendment and the master plan zoning amendment, or master plan amendment. And then, because this requires a tier change, it would then have to move on to the regional governing board. So we still have several public hearings that this would have to go through. This is just the first of many. But I want to point out these tier changes here because what you see on your board here is not City of Reno zoning. This is regional plan. And what you're looking at there are tiers, and this basically dictates the density of what's allowed in specific places. Because these guys are proposing a hotel, it would require an amendment because the SMU master plan designation would allow for a higher density than what that does. So anyways, long story short, going to require a tier amendment as well. So request number 2 is for a zoning map amendment. This is from the Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to a specific plan district. The specific plan districts always fall with a base zoning district. So in other words, anything that is not specified within that specific plan district defaults to Reno Municipal Code and to, in this case, the mixed-use suburban zoning district. But this is a little bit deceiving because in the grand scale of things, mixed-use suburban allows for a lot of different uses. This is just allowing for a very, very, very small portion of the uses that would be allowed if this was just straight mixed-use suburban. So while we are using it as a base zoning district here, it's not really indicative of the entire project. I put this up here because I just want to make sure that everybody understands. If development does not occur or an application to extend the development does not happen within a 10-year time frame, the SPD goes away, and this goes back to Parks, Greenways, and Open Space zoning. So just to be clear, it doesn't default to mixed-use suburban, doesn't default to single family, it goes right back to being PGOS. Going into a little bit of the background, which I'm sure the applicant's going to cover, but just high level here. So in the 1970s, early 1970s, Lake Ridge Golf Course was established. In 2006, Council initiated a zoning map amendment to change this from single family to open space. And they said in that report that the reason that they did that was that they wanted to provide certainty that the property would be maintained as a golf course or similar use with any future changes subject to public notice and deliberation. So what that means is that Council in 2006 wanted to make sure that if at any point the golf course was going to be developed as anything other than a golf course, that it would be subject to the public hearing process. So that's why we're here today. In 2021, Reno Municipal Code was updated. We no longer have OS or open space zoning. We now have Parks, Greenways, and Open Space. So that OS designation was then transferred to PGOS. And then approximately 2023, around the time that the Toll Brothers townhomes there were built, the driving range closed, which is what has brought us here today. Overall site design, the overall site design is on the board here. One thing I will point out is that it shows that right turn lane off of McCarran. That has since been modified. There will not be a right turn lane off of McCarran. It will be a gated emergency access for emergency vehicles only. So overall site design is going to include a 100-room non-gaming hotel, 15 hotel villas, restaurant and bar with outdoor dining, spa, pool, garden areas, tennis and pickleball, putting greens, parking, and maintenance facilities. The way that a specific plan district works is that we need a site plan that looks like this, and then the site needs to be developed according to this site plan. So they can't suddenly change this. They can't decide they want to move the hotel over to the other side or that they're going to put in 100 villas instead of a 100-room hotel. It doesn't work that way. It needs to be developed in conformance with this plan as presented. Uses permitted under the specific plan district. So the list of uses that you see on the board there is everything that's allowed within this specific plan district. Everything that's in green is already allowed in Parks, Greenways, and Open Space. Everything in blue is existing on the site and non-conforming because bars, lounges, taverns, and restaurants aren't actually allowed in PGOS. So there was a bit of a non-conformity created when we designated this as open space and then moved it to the Parks, Greenways, and Open Space. So we now have non-conforming uses. So one of the things that the SPD is going to do is bring these into conformance. And then anything that you see in red is not allowed in PGOS. So really, all we're really asking for here is a hotel, a spa, and the potential for some sort of private club, lodge, or fraternal organization, which could be construed that it already exists on site if you think about the golf club itself being a private club. So I just want to point out, again, MS zoning allows for a lot of things. This SPD restricts those allowed uses to only what you see on the board. Anything in blue or green is already there or allowed, and only those three things in red are what's actually being contemplated. I just want to point this out because as we worked through this handbook, we looked at every single standard that was allowed now under PGOS, what could be allowed under mixed-use suburban, and then we made it more restrictive. So one of the things I've heard a lot about is lighting, hours of operation, pickleball courts, setbacks, things like that. So I just want to point out that right now, pickleball courts or some kind of ball courts are an allowed accessory use in PGOS, so they could be developed right now. And because this part of code says that in all districts except for PGOS, it has to comply with these standards. So right now, that entire 12.5 acres could be developed with pickleball courts, with the lighting not being shielded from adjacent residences. Stadium lighting would be allowed. It would not have to be screened from the adjacent residential properties. The lighting would not be subject to the lighting code. It would not be subject to the setbacks, and it would not be subject to the restricted hours of operation. So I just want to point out that within this SPD, every single one of those things has been restricted. Not only what you see on this board, but even more so. And I'll let the applicants talk a little bit more about the restrictions that they've applied and those residential compatibility standards. But I wanted to kind of talk about that high level for a second. So regarding compatibility, I think everybody knows here we have residential zoning on both sides. We have single family and we have townhomes. Now, the applicants have included enhanced standards for every single one of the things up here. Setbacks, stepbacks, open space buffers, screening, shading, sighting, signage, and lighting. Every single one of these things was looked at and then enhanced and made more restrictive specific for this. So again, when we go back to those allowed uses and we're looking at the things that are allowed now or are existing and non-conforming, all of those things could be allowed closer to the residential property lines, less open space buffers, step backs may not be required, screening would probably be a solid 6-foot wall and 5 feet of landscaping, which is what's generally required between these types of uses, but I think we all know that a 6-foot solid wall and 5 feet of landscaping isn't going to do a lot for screening in this particular area. Shading, we have an ordinance in code that says that basically anything that's 35 feet tall or 45 feet tall that casts a shadow on multifamily or single-family zoning has to provide a shading study. In this particular case, the applicants lowered that to 35 feet, so anything above 35 feet has to provide a shading study showing that it will not cast a shadow on these residentially zoned properties. So again, enhanced standards. The signage, what would be allowed in parks, greenways, and open space or mixed-use suburban has been greatly restricted through this. And as well the lighting. Lighting poles, how tall those lights can be, what kind of shielding is required, what kind of, the color of the lighting, everything has been enhanced through this process. Traffic access and circulation. I know this is a big thing. I'm going to touch on it a little bit here, but we've got traffic engineers in the room, and I'll let them get into it and answer most of the questions. But basically, we know that RTC is going to widen McCarran to 6 lanes. It's expected sometime between this next year and 2034. We know that that widening... Thanks, guys. We know that that widening will enhance the level of service at the Plumas intersection, and we know that this project will pay into the regional road impact fees that go for doing projects like widening McCarran. All right, specific plan district recommended findings. So we have some findings here up on the board. These are the recommended findings. Basically, it has to conform with state law. And the SPD handbook and Reno Municipal Code provide zoning regulations in accordance with the proposed master plan for the land use. So this is in accordance with NRS. It conforms to the master plan. We have adequate public facilities and infrastructure, particularly policies promoting infill, redevelopment, and efficient use of existing infrastructure. It definitely meets the intent of the SPD, which is design and configuration to accommodate projects or plans where the design and configuration of the uses so arranged as to constitute a single functionally integrated entity. Basically, the way that we see this is that this is all going to be supporting commercial activity for this golf course. And then addressing a unique situation, providing a benefit. The driving range is closed. The project will accommodate resort-type amenities while incorporating these restricted design standards such as enhanced buffers, step-backs, setbacks, and screening to ensure compatibility with these residential uses. We have master plan recommended findings on here. The suburban mixed use does specifically states in the master plan that it supports a diverse mix of commercial and residential uses. Size, density, and mix of uses vary depending upon access, location, and other characteristics of the surrounding area. Are the activities and development compatible with surrounding? The standards are exceeding the Reno Municipal Code residential adjacency requirements. As I pointed out, there are a lot of things allowed now that will be much more restricted through this specific plan district. It will ensure that the golf resort development is compatible with surrounding neighbors while allowing for the site to function as a visitor serving amenity. And for availability of public services, there's not really a change. This is an infill site. With that, the recommended motion is on the board. I am available for questions, as is the applicant. Thank you very much.
We will proceed now with an applicant presentation.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, I am TJ Duncan, President of Duncan Golf Management. Tonight I have with me my sister Millie, my wife Lindsay, and my two nephews, Duncan and Jackson. We're here tonight to continue our family's investment in the long-term vitality of Lake Ridge Golf Course. We believe adding a small boutique hotel, new dining options, a modern recreational amenities will help sustain the golf course and enhance the experience for both members and the community. Our family has invested in the community for more than 45 years, and every course we've taken on has been revitalized, improved, and made more accessible. We bring the same long-term commitment to Lake Ridge. This is our family's vision to preserve, elevate, a Reno landmark we all care deeply about. The improvements proposed tonight will ensure Lake Ridge remains vibrant, welcoming destination for generations to come. Lastly, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to present this project tonight and your consideration this evening. I'm going to turn it over to Andy for the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, TJ. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, and just to build on TJ's opening comments, just going to give you a flavor of what the family's intention is for this property. This is not a outside-the-box kind of idea, right? Enhancing a golf community like this, a golf course with a boutique resort hotel is not uncommon in our region. Here's some examples that they're kind of drawing inspiration from, where it's the Lodge at Edgewood, the Nakoma Resort up near Portola, or Gray's Crossing, which is under construction up in Truckee. As staff mentioned, some of the basics of this is a 12.5 acre portion of an 85 acre site, master plan PGOS and zone PGOS. Surrounding zoning in the area is mixed, and as staff mentioned, yes, the area to the west of us is predominantly residential, but this is really kind of the beginning of this transition of the McCarran corridor, our region's principal arterial roadway. As it transitions in this area heading east, you see here, just in this small snippet, high-density residential zoning, commercial zoning, and as you head further east of this, towards Kitsky Lane, obviously very intense commercial uses and things like that. So we feel like this is not out of context for the broader area. We did submit in April of this year. It included a zoning map amendment from PGOS to SPD on the entire golf course. The intent really was to include the golf course in the SPD at that time in order to preserve it as the primary use. So SPDs allow you to have a very narrow bandwidth of the uses that are permitted. And so what we're doing with that concept is to say the primary use of this property is golf course, and an accessory use, an ancillary use to that is this resort hotel. The public outcry from that, just from the concept of rezoning the golf course, even though it was a rezoning to something that was protecting it, was met obviously with some significant outcry, and so we did pivot from that and have just focused on this 12.5 acres now. So we removed the rest of the golf course from the request. It's not being rezoned, it's being maintained as its PGOS zoning, and we're limiting it to this 12.5 acres, and that is what is the revised application that's in front of you today. Our original submittal included essentially all the same uses. Conceptual plan that's shown on the screen, as staff mentioned. A lot of these uses are either allowed in the existing PGOS or are existing on the site. Really, the things that we're looking to add is that hotel and spa type uses. The revised submittal, again, just a master plan amendment and zone change for the 12.5 acres. 8 acres of this area is already commercial uses, golf-related facilities, clubhouse, starter shack, maintenance facility, parking lots, things like that. And the Design Standards Handbook establishes a framework for the future development of this based on the mixed suburban zoning standards. So on its surface, master plan amendment from PGOS to SMU, existing zoning changing from PGOS to SPD. So the revised proposal protects the remainder of the golf course as open space zoning and preserves a lot of the trees along Golf Club Drive. We actually shrunk the site from the previous site plan to this, added in some additional open space buffers along the south side there that are able to preserve a lot of those trees. And obviously, as has been said, we're limiting the uses to a hotel, spa, restaurants, bars, pools, things like that that you would see as part of a golf resort type facility. Again, right, what we're asking for here, what's existing or currently allowed under the zoning, and what we're adding really is just that spa and hotel feature. And we are further restricting some of the outdoor events. They currently have outdoor events there now, weddings, things like that. We're further restricting those. They can go to 11, and now they would only be allowed to go till 10 p.m. So as I said, this is based on the MS, the mixed suburban zoning, with modifications. So I'm going to walk through a few of the modifications. As staff mentions, we were restrictive on a number of matters in this. So limited land uses, we don't have the full suite of land uses and permitted uses that are within the mixed suburban zoning district. It's just this small list of the hotel and spa and that type of facility. We're limiting the building height to 55 feet or 4 stories. We've increased the amount of landscaping that's required to 25% of the site. And we're increasing the tree mitigation 2-to-1 ratio for any trees that are removed. Additionally, the signage standards are not based actually on the mixed suburban. We are actually basing them on the neighborhood commercial, which reduces the size, it reduces the number, and it restricts the illumination of the signs to be sensitive to the residential to the west. Parking lot lighting, again, is restricted in height and location. We cannot light the sports courts, the pickleball, those are only daytime hour uses. And so we've restricted the hours of operation for that, and as well as limited outdoor noise by virtue of limiting outdoor events and live entertainment type things. We've also done away with any type of outdoor event space. What we're talking about is be like kind of live music or something like that at an outdoor dining patio for the restaurant. Parking. 357 parking spaces are required. 180 of those are existing on the site, so really it's 177 new spaces. As we go through this process, we continue to receive feedback and input, and so one of the things that we were hearing most recently is a desire to not have excess parking here, and so what we are offering tonight is to add into the handbook a restriction to just basically meet what's required here. So it'd have to meet that 357 parking spaces. That'll result in removing 30 spaces along the east side there and increasing that landscape buffer. Utilities are existing or near the site. Obviously, there's existing commercial activities, sewer, water, things like that are already on the property or near the property to be extended, and minimal improvements are needed. Traffic. We are generating an additional 156 peak trips That, under normal code, would just necessitate an entry and access study. We actually did a full traffic impact study, just based on the mix of uses that are here. Our primary access is coming off of Golf Club Drive. We do have a proposed secondary access on McCarran. It's actually existing secondary access that's on McCarran there, gated for emergency. NDOT did review the traffic impact study and recommended that that access on McCarran remain as just emergency access only. We'll be paying regional road impact fees to the tune of about $250,000. And as was mentioned, RTC is currently in the design phase of widening of McCarran within this area. And with that, will increase the level of service at that, or decrease, I suppose, improve the level of service at that Plumas and McCarran intersection. We anticipate, just kind of based on the timing of design and construction of a hotel facility like this, that construction will be done prior to our C of O. However, if it isn't, what we're offering tonight is an additional condition of approval that prior to the certificate of occupancy for the hotel, the project shall construct a minor traffic signal modification, adding a northbound right turn overlap phase on McCarran Boulevard and Plumas Street intersection, subject to city and NDOT approval, if that widening project isn't completed before the C of O is issued. So essentially, our contribution to this intersection is only about 3% of the total traffic that's going through this intersection. This is a regional roadway. It's got regional traffic that's going through there. Our incremental increase isn't, we can't mitigate our negligible incremental increase. It really needs to be a regional solution that RTC currently has in the design phase. One of the things, the delay, level of service is measured as a function of delay in the intersection. And that delay in that intersection with our project increases by a second or two. By doing this right turn overlap phase, that portion of the intersection can improve by 2 to 6 seconds. So while we can't improve the whole thing, we are making it incremental, and we feel a positive impact on that intersection. One of the other things that we heard and we would like to include in the SPD are sustainability elements. These would include that all plants are native and drought tolerant. We would incorporate cool roof with a light colored roof membrane. We would provide at least 10 EV charging spaces, high efficiency HVAC units. During construction, that we would have separate dumpsters for trash and recycling that would have to be coordinated with the city and waste management. We would provide preferred parking for carpool, EV, and hybrid vehicles. The glazing on the windows would be tinted to reduce solar ray index, which helps with the cooling of the building itself. And then also the pool facilities would have a solar or some other type of renewable, maybe if geothermal are available, for example, to the extent feasible. So we would like to include that. We have conducted considerable public outreach on this. When we submitted the project to the city, we also launched a website that had a FAQ on it, as well as a contact us to receive questions, to be able to answer questions, which the applicant's team has done. We hosted a neighborhood meeting on July 8th at the golf course, had about 200 people in attendance. Even though we had pulled back only to the 12.5 acres of what we're looking at now, we actually noticed around the entire golf course. So it was about close to 1,200 properties were noticed, and we had 200 attendees show up. We went to the NAB on August 19th. The team has had several meetings with groups and neighbors that are concerned about this. And I would add, we have reached out to Save Lake Ridge leadership a number of times and either have had no responses or denied offers to meet. So we've unfortunately not had the opportunity to meet with their leadership. So I want to kind of clear up, what this is and what this isn't, because I think there's a lot of misinformation that is out in the public. This is a specific plan development that is limited to 12.5 acres of the existing clubhouse facility and is based on SPDs that have recently been approved, the concepts of the SPDs that have recently been approved in the city. It's not a rezone of the entire golf course, and the golf course remains as open space zoning. It is limited request to add complementary uses to an existing golf course, including a non-gaming hotel. It does not allow for residential or other commercial developments other than those that are included in that narrow bandwidth of uses that are in the SPD. This is an opportunity for Duncan Golf Management to provide additional amenities to golfers in the surrounding neighborhood. It is not a ploy to set up for future sale of the entire golf course. We feel like this is respectful of the existing neighborhood character through the responsible and responsive development standards that we've included in the SPD to address neighbor concerns. And it's not a plan to expand housing options around the rest of the golf course. We feel like this is appropriate and a complementary use on McCarran Boulevard, our primary region's arterial. It has restrictive design standards to address the compatibility. The intent all along was to make this available to the public through the expansion of Duncan Golf's existing golf membership program, either through social membership or day passes. Think, similar to, the Ranchera, has a social membership pool, spa, restaurant facilities within a residential community. Hidden Valley Country Club, restaurant, pool, pickleball, and tennis that you can join and not have to be a golf member. So we are expanding the membership options to the existing members of Lake Ridge. It's not limited to just hotel guests and resort club members, so I want to clear that up. So just to, in my last kind of minute here, go through what we've heard and how we've responded. So we heard obviously a tremendous concern that this was a rezoning of the entire golf course. As I've stated multiple times here, we're not rezoning the entire golf course. This is limited to 12.5 acres for the resort and clubhouse. There was concern about obstructed views. We've limited the hotel to 4 stories, 55 feet, and located it strategically to not obstruct views. Landscaping, we've increased our tree mitigation to a 2-to-1 ratio, and we've also increased our amount of total landscaping to 25%. Signage has been reduced in the number of allowable signs, as well as limiting the illumination of those signs. Lighting, we don't have lighting in the recreation areas. We have reduced the pole heights in the parking areas and near residential to be cognizant of those adjacent residential uses. Noise concerns, we've limited the hours of operation in the recreation areas and for outdoor events. The intensity of the overall hotel use has been a concern. It's been limited to a total of 115, so 100 keys in the main building plus the 15 villas, and it's a non-gaming facility. And last but not least, if I can just get a few more seconds.
Is this your last slide?
Yep.
Okay.
We've heard that there is a desire from the community to save Lake Ridge, and with this investment from Duncan Golf, it provides that opportunity to preserve the Lake Ridge golf legacy in the city by making a strategic investment to bring more visitors and golfers and extend the legacy of this golf course. So with that, I am available for questions as well as our team. Thank you.
We will now move to disclosures from the commission, and then we will begin public comment. We'll start on this side tonight with Commissioner Becerra.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, for the record, thank you. I've met and spoken with the applicant and his representatives. I met with residents and Safe Lake Ridge legal representation. I've spoken to prior staff familiar with past projects related to the regional site. I'm familiar with the project site, and I've read and reviewed all the material. Thank you.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer read and reviewed all of the material, spoke to the applicant, asked questions of the planning manager, and yeah, I'm very familiar with the site. I live on Lakeside, so.
Commissioner Williams, for the record, met with the applicant, met with the group representing Safe Lake Ridge, read and reviewed all material, and that's it.
Commissioner Jockman sought guidance from city attorney, meetings and/or phone calls with the following: applicant and team, Save Lake Ridge, NDOT District 2, RTC Director of Engineering, and then emails with residents adjacent to the property.
Commissioner Gonfiantini met with the applicant representation, met with representation for Save Lake Ridge, read and reviewed all materials.
Commissioner Del Villar, I have read and received and read all of the information that was sent to us, and I spoke to the applicant and the applicant's representatives and representatives from Save Lake Ridge as well.
Commissioner Velto spoke and met virtually with the applicant's representatives multiple times, spoke and met virtually with the opposition and their representatives multiple times, spoke with a representative from Lake Ridge Shores, received and reviewed all the correspondence, and I golf at Lake Ridge relatively often.
We will now move into public comment. I kindly ask that everyone remain quiet while we have individuals speak. Some of you may have emotions about this issue. Please refrain from clapping, cheering, booing, anything of that sort. Madam Clerk, would you please proceed with public comment for this item?
Yes, Chair. I'm going to read out 3 names at a time so we can see who's coming up. We'll start with Marianne Miriam, followed by Teresa Martin, followed by Deborah Z.
Please state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Reno Planning Commissioners. My name is Marianne Merriam. I live on Lakeside Drive, just south of the project. Let me acknowledge that the Park Greenway and open space we are talking about is part of a private golf course where people who use it have to pay to be there, and it is not open to the public. That said, this open space is indeed used and enjoyed by the general public, free of charge, every single day. It may not be used and enjoyed as the owner, Duncan Golf Course, intends, but it is still a fact that it is used and enjoyed by hundreds of people a day, even if that use is purely visual. As a retired landscape architect and neighbor, I'd like to speak about why open spaces are sacred to communities, and why once an open space is lost to development, it is lost forever. Loss of open space is irreversible. Once green spaces are developed, fewer than 2% ever return to open space. Open spaces are not pieces of empty land waiting for a better use. They are the better use. They are the lungs and soul of a community, providing open space, clean air, and a refuge from the pace of daily life. They are among the few truly shared spaces we all hold in common. Open space has documented economic value. Research published in Landscape and Urban Planning shows that properties adjacent to open green space experience a 10 to 20% increase in value. A study by the National Association of Realtors found that 57% of homebuyers rank access to open space as a top priority, significantly affecting resale value and neighborhood desirability. Rezoning this space will produce long-term economic harm to surrounding homeowners and reduce the tax base generated by stable, high-value neighborhoods. From an environmental standpoint, this area provides stormwater absorption, connectivity to wildlife habitat, heat reduction, and air quality benefits. Development replaces permeable surfaces with impervious structures, increasing runoff with massive amounts of additional paving, adds pollution, and infrastructure burden, costs that ultimately fall to our local government. Approval sets a precedent. Studies from comparable municipalities show that once one piece of recreational open space is rezoned, subsequent rezoning applications increase sharply. The cumulative effect results in fragmented habitat, significant traffic increases, and permanent degradation of community character. Residents have repeatedly and consistently expressed opposition to this change. The vast majority is that existing open space should be preserved, not reclassified, reduced, or rezoned. For these reasons, economic, environmental, social, and procedural, I urge you to vote no on this rezoning request.
Next up, we have Teresa Martin, followed by Deborah Z., followed by Ed Upton.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Martin, and I am a Lake Ridge resident. These comments are for the record. The master plan emphasizes smooth transitions between different areas to encourage harmonious development and protect established neighborhoods. However, the Lake Ridge Resort project presents substantial inconsistencies with the core principles established in the Reno Reimagined Master Plan, especially with respect to land use compatibility. This project, which includes a high-density commercial resort featuring 100-room hotel and villas with 24/7 activity, such as deliveries and employee arrivals and departures, as well as proposed event functions, stands in direct contrast to these principles. Its proposed location is immediately adjacent to existing single and multifamily residential neighborhoods. The placement of a busy commercial resort complex adjacent to tranquil residential neighborhoods does not align with the following master plan design principles, which emphasize the importance of appropriate and sensitive varying land use transitions. Master Plan CSC 14, relationship to adjacent neighborhoods, emphasizes the gradual transition in building height and mass along the edge that is shared with adjacent neighborhoods. In instances when neighborhood-specific design principles conflict with general neighborhood design principles, the neighborhood location-specific design principles apply. This project is in complete conflict with surrounding Lake Ridge neighborhood design principles. NG 20, community character and design, neighborhood identity, outlines features that create a strong sense of place for residents. This commercial project neither integrates with the community nor enhances residents' sense of place. Only hotel guests and members will actually benefit. NG 21, transitions, states that abrupt changes in residential density should be avoided unless they are part of an integrated plan in which adequate buffers and building mass and placement provide a smooth transition. This resort project does not comply with this design principle. The commercial Lake Ridge Resort project brings an incompatible commercial intensity into a residential area primarily valued for its recreational and open space character, which is contrary to the Reno Master Plan. I encourage that you recommend that this commercial project not be approved. And I also believe, as an aside, that the comment that the McCarran will be done and widened between now and 2034, by that time the traffic will have increased substantially, so I think it's specious. Thank you for your time.
Deborah Z., followed by Ed Upton, followed by Katie Pace.
For the record, my name is Deborah Zalakar. It's not Deborah Z. I live on Mountain Vista Way on the 13th fairway of Lake Ridge Golf Course. I'm strongly opposed to this application. Staff and Duncan Golf have labeled the 12.5 plus acres in question as, quote, underutilized, framing this development as a, quote, infill project. Actually, only the 6 acres of the driving range is underutilized. That underutilization is the result of Duncan Golf's decision to sell the adjacent property owner a deed restriction on the parcel that contains the driving range, and then to close the entire driving range to prevent any long drives from hitting the townhomes. Most of us who live on the golf course have probably had golf ball-related incidents. It is expected when you live on a golf course, and there is no expectation on the part of a homeowner that the golf course is at all liable for property damage. There was no need to close the driving range. That was a self-imposed decision. In doing so, they created the state of underutilizing these 6 acres. The applicable master plan policy expressly applies to, quote, vacant, blighted, or otherwise underutilized structures and buildings. Open space is not subject to the underutilized master plan policy. The remapping of this 12.5 acres is not compatible with this mature, quiet neighborhood. A 55-foot, 100-room commercial hotel operating 24/7 does not belong in the middle of single-family homes and 2-story townhomes. The proposed hotel will drastically increase traffic around the clock, not only from hotel guests and those attending events, but also from staff working 24 hours and from large delivery trucks. The 12.5 acres in question is currently dark at night, surrounded by homes. The elevated lighting for the tripled-in-size parking lot, the illuminated signage, the 24-hour pedestrian and vehicle illumination, and the light from interior windows is incompatible with existing homes. The project's recreational amenities will not benefit the community in any way, as they will only be available to hotel guests and members. These amenities will not be open to the public and as such do not meet the master plan policies of providing recreational facilities that promote an active lifestyle. In addition, the handbook would allow for outdoor music up to 65 decibels until 10 p.m. and places no restrictions on the number of events or on non-live entertainment like recorded music. There is no accountability for who will monitor the decibel levels. Perhaps that will be addressed every time the police are called by the residents with noise complaints. Interestingly, at the meeting he hosted, Tim Duncan clearly stated that no outdoor live events would occur and that all live events would take place in the hotel. The number of standards in the handbook addressing these items illustrates the basic incompatibility of the neighborhood for this project. This proposal to rezone open space and place intensive commercial development within an existing neighborhood conflicts with numerous findings in the master plan and should not be approved. Thank you.
Ed Upton, followed by Katie Pace, followed by Clay Alder.
Hi, my name is Ed, dry throat. My name is Ed Upton, and I live by the 13th Green on Lake Ridge. And I think one thing that underlies all of the physical and quantifiable objections that people have is the sleight of hand that we've had to deal with before. Starting with the tennis club, where I was a member, and a developer came in, I believe the name was Reno Land, and said, hey, we're going to change it. And we're going to put 150 senior apartments on the Plumas side of it. The rest is all going to stay the same, except we're going to put a cover over the outdoor pool so you can use that year-round. Everybody said, yeah, great, that's done. That's a good deal. And all of a sudden, whoa, all the buildings are torn down. And now we've been living with a big hole at the intersection of Lakeside and Plumas and McCarran. And I got to believe that that was their intent all along. Now we're going to have to put up with 473 units, as I understand it, which is going to dump into the same intersection, just one street down, Lake Ridge and McCarran rather than Plumas and McCarran. Second thing is, they wanted to build condos up on the hill of the driving range. And as somebody that played there often, Alex, I'm sure you like to go out and hit some balls to see if you're hitting a slice today or a hook, or to see what you have to correct to get your game in place. Now there's a little net by the first tee box where you can't see what's happening to your ball. You can't see if you have to adjust your swing. And the people apparently in the condos, the golf course had to be shut down its driving range because there's only like 240 yards up to the condos. And they were guaranteed a couple of things. One, that they would have unobstructed view of the city. And it is a beautiful view from up there. But the second thing was that they wouldn't be getting hit by any golf balls. So local people and people that live there say, well, okay, so put up a net. Oh, we can't put up a net. We told them they would have an unobstructed view. And that is what made them determine that the driving range was useless space. Now, as I understand it, the initial proposal had an opportunity to expand to the entire golf course. That's been withdrawn. And I'm sure everybody in this room worries that if you give them the first thing, was it a sleight of hand? Will they be coming to the rest of the golf course later on? I thank you for your time.
Katie Pace, followed by Clay Alder, followed by John Marshall.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Katie Pace. I live off of the 8th hole, and I'm here to speak in opposition of case number LDC 25-00061 regarding Lake Ridge Resort. I have lived in this neighborhood since 1976, when my parents built our family home. That home has now welcomed 4 generations. This is not just a property, it's a community built on decades of family, neighbors, and shared history. The proposal before you would rezone land that has long been designated open space to allow for potential hotel, spa, restaurants, and event venues. While I understand the desire for economic development, this project raises serious concerns. First, it is incompatible with the surrounding neighbors. The scale and intensity of commercial use proposed will bring traffic, noise, and parking problems that directly impact nearby residents. Second, the traffic impact study completed by GCW in September 2025 shows the intersection currently operates at level of service E, already near failing. With this development, it would degrade further to level of service F, the lowest possible rating. That means the infrastructure would be pushed into outright failure, worsening congestion, delaying emergency response times, and eroding neighborhood safety. Third, this project represents a permanent loss of open space. Once rezoned, this land will never return to true recreational use. Open space is vital community resource, and its preservation is essential to Reno. Finally, approving this case sets a dangerous precedent. If land designated as public general open space can be converted to suburban mixed use, other open spaces across Reno may be vulnerable to similar development pressures. For these reasons, and with the perspective of someone whose family has called this neighborhood home for almost 50 years, I respectfully urge the commission to reject this case or require substantial modifications that protect neighborhood compatibility, safety, and open space. Thank you.
Clay Alder, followed by John Marshall, followed by Cindy Chandler.
Can you see that? Oh, there you go. Okay, that was, first of all, this is for the record. My name is Clay Alder. I'm a real estate broker and have been for 50 years. This fire occurred on Mountain Vista Way, which is about 2/10 of a mile away from the subject access, which is Golf Club Road. And what I want to compare this to is our road there is 25 feet wide. And we had to make it one way because cars couldn't really get going both ways. The subject property on Golf Club Drive is, I want to say it is about 29 feet wide, but 9 feet of that is for parking. So leaving about 19 feet or so, which is 9.5 feet per lane going up and down there. Fire trucks are 10 feet. Doesn't work. What you're looking at right now could hurt there, and it's somewhat suspect to me that all the presentations that were given here didn't talk about the access, which is a private road owned by that, and that should really be addressed. Another thing that puzzles me is that how does one ask for a zone change today for something that they're not going to do for 10 years? Doesn't it make sense to say, why don't you come back in 9 years? And then we'll talk about that. So I don't know if there, if that's something that happens every day, and maybe if that's the case, I would like to get some commercial zoning on my lot that backs up to the Lake Ridge Golf Course, so I can put a 7-Eleven there. Maybe that would work. But the other things that are bothering me about this is the road that goes in there being very narrow. It also is about 2/10 of a mile, about 1,056 feet up to the location of the hotel. Plymouth Street backs up now, and if none of you have ever been there, it backs up every day. It only takes 8 cars to block the entrance into Golf Club Drive. At that point, only 35 cars could get out of there. It'll take 52 seconds, and it stops. That makes no sense. It's a really, really dangerous situation. And I think that really needs to be addressed. But I would like some answers on that, on asking for a zone change for 10 years, that they're going to do something down the road. What else did I want to say here? When you look at this map here, you can easily see on the map itself, the width of the streets there, McCarran Boulevard, Plumas, Lakeside, and then you see the pink there, and that's the size of the little Golf Club Drive, and I really think that's a problem on here. I think enough people have talked about the disruption, and a lot of the people that live in Lake Ridge, well, my time is over. Thank you.
John Marshall, followed by Cindy Chandler, followed by Kim Backus.
Thank you very much, John Marshall, for the record. First, I want to talk about traffic. You've heard about it a lot. You're going to hear about it a lot. What I want to focus on is, as we noted in our papers that the trips are undercounted. They don't count all the allowable uses on the site where there are trip calcs. Second, that all 1,740 trips are going to be dumped onto Plumas. Notwithstanding the fact that now they say they're going to try to get an apply to NDOT to have a right only out when NDOT has already basically denied that. Traffic also the traffic analysis was dependent on the guests being private. And now they're saying they're going to open it up. They're going to have to go back and do that traffic analysis again. And lastly, on traffic, the key finding in order to make your finding that the traffic has been mitigated is that there will be in some fashion the widening of McCarran or some project that does the same thing. And quite honestly, there's nothing in the record that allow you to make that determination on a factual basis. All it is just statements from either a city staff or from them. So we think that you can't make your mitigation finding under traffic. The key thing I want to talk about with conversion of the open space and the lack of conformance is that they have not addressed all the policies that go to promoting open space. Instead, they've tried to denigrate the open space status of this 12.5 acres. The key thing there is, and they also say that they're going to be using the money to benefit the golf course. Of course, now there's unity of ownership, but there's no condition that that is required to happen, so they can sell off the hotel, and then there won't be any mitigation supposedly for the open space. Next, and finally, the incompatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Remember, MS as the underlying zoning is their choice. So when you look at things being reduced from MS, you're starting at an artificial baseline. You're starting at a zoning that they have chosen, and now they want to they say they're going to back off of, and they should get credit for how well they're doing. It doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Cindy Chandler, followed by Kim Backus, followed by Linda Smith.
Hi, I'm Cindy Chandler, for the record. You heard a presentation from the Associate Planner justifying the recommendations to approve the Lake Ridge Resort rezoning project. And as she explained why the staff believes it is supported by the master plan, Title 18, and municipal codes, you will also hear evidence counter to her findings. I want to address some key statements in the staff report that causes concern. First, and I quote, "The golf course owner has closed the driving range due to safety and liability concerns and is now requesting to repurpose a 12.5 acre portion of the former driving range, roughly 8% of the overall course." Fact. Duncan agreed to a restricted covenant prior to attempting to sell the property of the 6.6 of the driving range back in 2021-22. Under current PGOS criteria, the current driving range cage located next to the first fairway could have been installed on the old driving range with an additional space for chipping and putting greens without jeopardizing the covenant. This is definitely a self-imposed, underutilized space caused by Duncan. Second, and I quote, "There are no current plans to sell or develop other portions of the golf course." Fact, the initial application did cover the entire golf course, but this detail was not disclosed until residents publicly demanded accountability from Duncan. Now, the staff report states that there is no current plans. Big concern. Third, and I quote, "The proposed SPD would allow for resort-type amenities, including recreational facilities, swimming pool, dining, non-gaming hotel accommodations, and event/meeting spaces in the area of the former driving range and current clubhouse and parking areas." Fact. The existing PGOS zoning allows for resort-style amenities, including recreational facilities, tennis, and pickleball. Under this zoning, the applicant already offers dining, events, and meeting spaces in the current clubhouse, as well as hosting weddings and parties. In fact, under the current PGOS zoning, the additional proposed services can be provided except for the hotel. Also, if the current clubhouse is torn down, all the surrounding preserved trees identified in the application that would be saved will now be removed for construction, which would be close to 175 trees, mature trees, with the entire project. Finally, the summary, the current resort proposal represents an auxiliary that does not represent the comprehensive and impartial assessment of the master plan in regard to the potential liabilities affecting the nearby residents, as stated, as you see in all the identifying inconsistencies.
Thank you. Your time is up.
So I do ask that I do have petitions of 330 people and
Please provide
27.
that to the clerk.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Kim Backus, followed by Linda Smith, followed by Randall Kinzel.
Hi, thank you very much for hearing me today, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. I have to say I really did appreciate the presentation that was made. It looks like a beautiful site that could be built on this property. Problem is, and please enter my comments into the record, I'm speaking in opposition to this project on the grounds that it really does not mitigate traffic impacts and it violates RMC 18.08.304E3. The project fails to mitigate, and please refer to the legal analysis sent to you this week by John Marshall Esquire, pages 7 and 16. The council itself last night addressed the traffic issue Stacey's on McCarran, along with the notation that there's no funding available for the needed improvements at the overcrowded F-rated Plumas-McCarran intersection. The applicant's own traffic study suggests only 1,742 more new trips will be impacting this F-rated intersection. And of course, that's on top of Wood Rogers' other project that will only impact this intersection with 2,300 more new trips generated. By their own tally, this brings new trips to 4,042 daily at an F-rated intersection. How does that benefit the Reno community, as the applicant wishes you to believe? The applicant's own study states that acceleration taper lane, 100 feet in length for the right-out movement, is recommended, but it is not approved by NDOT. Furthermore, the red line version of the applicant's book states that NDOT has reviewed and approved the impact study with the condition that the project access remain a fixed gated fire access only. No other intersection or roadway improvements are recommended. Nor has any funding been committed by RTC or NDOT to make near future improvements in the corridor. Recommendations for approval must be conditioned upon available NDOT funding for improvement of this intersection. One only needs to look at the failed tennis club that offered gyms, personal trainers, et cetera, and see that it was declared vacancy. Why would the applicant believe that Reno residents would support his amenities being offered at a price when they did not support LTC less than half a mile away? No, this project benefits the applicant, not the Reno community. As such, this commission runs the risk of approving illegal spot zoning for the purpose of benefiting the applicant and not the community. See John Marshall, page 18. I respectfully urge you to recommend to the City Council that you deny this. Thank you for hearing my concerns. I ask each commissioner to elaborate on how you can or cannot make each of the findings. Just stating I can make the finding is not professional. Thank you very much for your time.
Linda Smith, followed by Randall Kinsel, followed by Alex Waite.
My name is Linda Smith, and I'm asking you to oppose this amendment for 4 reasons. First, it overturns the important work of the City Council and prior staff to preserve open space. In 2006, the Reno City Council rezoned 155 acres to, quote, preserve the property as an open space amenity, provide buffers, support stormwater management, and ensure development and intensity was balanced. None of these objectives have changed. A 2022 staff report reinforced the need to keep the area as open space to serve as a major fire break for over 1,500 homes. If this commission ignores the work the city has done to maintain PGOS locations, then what good are planning documents? 2, gives Duncan millions of dollars at the expense of the community. Let's face it, when the Planning Commission upzones a parcel of land, they are handing the property owner millions of dollars by making the property more valuable. Would you, as a person, give somebody millions without getting anything in return? Doing so would be the worst of deals and would downgrade the value of all the surrounding residential parcels in and around Lake Ridge. This amounts to an illegal taking and is grounds for legal action by every property owner that touches or benefits from the open space of Lake Ridge Golf Course. Third, the stated goal to enhance the golf course can be accomplished without the zoning change. The staff report recommends approval based on the conclusion that the resort proposal represents an ancillary benefit. But this goal can be reached by simply, 1, replacing or repairing the unsightly maintenance building, including its old shake roof that really poses a fire hazard. Upgrade the existing food service to create an attractive dining experience for the community. Upgrade the restrooms and the old dilapidated structures to better attract visitors, and install additional recreational facilities compatible with the area, such as bocce courts. There's plenty of nearby hotels and spas to support out-of-town golfers. Mr. Duncan doesn't need to build one to improve his cash flow. He already has stated that the course is revenue positive. Finally, the Planning Commission can improve Reno. As leaders of the community, you have the ability to ensure that Reno improves its best city ranking. We are currently 79th out of 100 on the bottom quartile. You have the ability, by rejecting this offer, to confirm the 2006 and 2022 zoning decisions, rejecting this amendment. You can act also to try and increase our livability and increase our rank from 79th on the most livable cities list. Thank you.
Randall Kinsel, followed by Alex Waite, followed by Paul Smith.
Good evening. My name is Randy Kinsel. I live at 1529 Golf Club Drive. A year and a half ago, my wife and I moved here from Phoenix, Arizona, and bought one of the townhouses there on the street. This is a picture out of our upstairs window that we've got on the screen right here. Not uncommon for there also to be an Amazon truck parked in front of one of the other driveways there. On the other side of the street, you see there's parking spaces. The parking spaces are there, but you can't see the no parking signs right next to them. No parking signs, but yet marked off parking spaces. So people park there. We back out of our driveway every day, multiple times. When we back out of that driveway into this narrow street, which you can see gets narrower as it gets closer to the golf course, if there's cars parked in that parking spots along that road right there, my wife has almost been hit head on twice. I walk my dog across that street because you notice there's no sidewalk on this side of the street. To get to the sidewalk, I have to cross the street in front of my house, walk my dog over there, down the street to the park, and then when I cross the street up there again, to go back across to get to the park that I go to. Okay, that's part of our HOA. That is community area of our community. This is where I live. This is where every day. So I back out of that driveway, I have to drive down to Plumas Road. I drive down to Plumas Road, there's traffic coming from multiple directions. At 5 o'clock in the evening, there's all the businesses letting out their people from 3:30 to 5 in the morning. They're coming in that way. You can't there's people turning off of McCarran from both directions, coming across Plumas, coming from the other way. And now you're going to put a 4,000, traffic count place right across the street from behind my house, which is going to be dumping out into the exact same street that I have to turn into. I'm telling you right now, the street I live on is dangerous, and there's not an additional 1,700 trips a day going down there. I live there. I walk across that street. I almost got hit by a beer truck. Last week when they were doing their parking lot, 2 dump trucks where the guys were driving along looking at their phones, not paying attention to me or my dog, trying to get across the street, and we had to literally run to protect our lives. So, I don't understand why our private road has to be the egress and regress for this facility. That doesn't make any sense to me. You've got McCarran right there. I don't know, but there's no money to build it there. And according to her, the facilities are adequate for what we're doing, for what the golf course wants to do. This private road that was built for an HOA and an office building that they've been driving on now with access to their building, but they're going to change the price of poker there by raising up another 200 or 1,700 trips a day, according to her estimate.
And there's 11 other, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
11 other people.
Yeah, there's 12 people who live right there on that street. So there's going to be 12 people backing in and out, pulling in. And I'll tell you, when I turn left into my driveway, I've had people racing around me on the left-hand side trying to get off to the golf course, okay? These guys don't drive. There's no speed limit on the road either, by the way. Thanks for your time.
Alex Waite, followed by Paul Smith, followed by Judy Hare.
Hi, my name is Alex Waite. Randy's my neighbor. I live in the Hilltop community. I'm speaking about the serious quality of life harms that this resort will create and the fact that the development plan pushes residents into the role of monitoring and enforcing compliance. So this project is not compatible with our neighborhood, and the staff report does not provide the evidence needed for approval. So first and foremost, the staff report admits the harm, but then dismisses it. So the report acknowledges the resort will bring more than 1,700 new daily vehicle trips, a 4-story 55 hotel next to homes, up to 24 feet of excavation cuts and tall retaining walls, 24/7 commercial operation, early morning and late evening activities from pools, patios, bars, sport courts, and outdoor events, and pushes the nearby intersection to even more just traffic degradation. So these are major disruptions for all of us that live there. And for me, it's not theoretical, it's my real life. I invested in a nearly $1 million home because of the open space behind it. And our neighborhood is quiet and peaceful. If this resort is built, my daily life is infiltrated by bar noise, pool noise, headlights in my windows, delivery trucks at dawn, pickleball courts, and outdoor events I didn't choose to participate in every single day. So this is a permanent loss of peaceful environment this neighborhood was built around, yet the staff report simply calls these impacts compatible without real justification. So please tell me, how is this compatible with my current lifestyle? Secondly, the development plan removes public oversight and puts the burden on the residents. It eliminates conditional use permits, site plan reviews, residential compatibility reviews, and most public hearings. So everything becomes internal administration approval. And because the city has no proactive enforcement program, all monitoring around noise, lighting, hours of operation, tree removal, shading, traffic, it falls into the residents. So we are the ones that have to measure the noise at night, document light shining into our homes, and report violations and chase enforcement. How can you expect neighbors to police a commercial resort? Additionally, the mitigation measures are weak, unproven, and incomplete. The staff report lists buffers, noise caps, shielded lighting, but none of these are supported by real studies. Noise, there's no sound study for pools, bars, outdoor dining, or pickleball. Lighting, there's no lighting study showing these lights will not spill into my yard and window. There's no analysis of shadows from a 4-story hotel that's pushed into building permits long after the height is approved. In terms of traffic, the main intersection's already failing. The resort makes it worse, and the only solution is road widening that might not happen for years. These are not real mitigations, they're just assumptions. So lastly, the staff report avoids the strongest protections in the master plan, which requires protecting existing neighborhoods, preserving open space, ensuring new developments fit into the surroundings, and supporting responsible, well-managed growth. It really conflicts with all of these, and the staff report does not reconcile those conflicts or provide evidence that these standards are met. So please don't support it. Thank you.
Paul Smith, followed by Steve Tipple, followed by Cynthia Albright.
Paul Smith, speaking for the record. Duncan Group has an interesting history of finding properties and then squeezing the most profit out of them with minimal investment. Wolf Run Golf Course sat on land donated to the University of Nevada. For 10 years, Tom Duncan was coaching the university men's golf team. Then in 2003, the operations of Wolf Run were taken over by the newly formed Duncan Golf Management. While the takeover terms by Duncan are not publicly available, suggesting that the university made no public offer, suggests that Duncan acquired the golf course operations along with a lease for the underlying land in 2003. By 2012, however, the Duncan Group was able to buy the property from the University Athletic Association and the Student Fund. Interestingly, the property included hundreds of acre-feet of water rights that Duncan sold to pay off the balance of the purchase price. Lake Ridge Golf Course was purchased by Duncan in 2013 for $5.5 million, around the same time those water rights were cashed out. Lake Ridge, at the time of founding, was an aspirational neighborhood outside the city limits and offering large lots and open green space to be used as a golf course. This development was a win for the county and the city. Since the purchase by Duncan Group, there have been no significant improvement investments in the original buildings, even though Duncan reported at a public meeting that Lake Ridge is profitable. Any business that wants to serve as an entertainment venue would have up-to-date dining facilities, public areas, and bathrooms. But Duncan just let things deteriorate. Just look at the maintenance building north of the entrance road to see how little he's spent on important facilities. Use the bathrooms and visit the dining bar area. Only this month did I note an investment in lot paving. Since 2013, the only aspect of this upzoning request that could not have been done by Duncan is the building of a hotel or villas. Why has Duncan done nothing to better the attractiveness of the Lake Ridge venue? Duncan Group purchased the golf course knowing exactly what the city established 2006 zoning rules and business model was for the site. Giving Duncan an entirely new hotel villa business model on 12.5 acres would be an enormous financial gift to Duncan at an enormous cost to the golfing community in the neighborhood. For success, Duncan just needs to invest in rundown facilities. Do not destroy open green space for the sole benefit of Duncan, a firm that views Lake Ridge as a future development, not an existing neighborhood. I urge denial of this request. Duncan has failed to focus on their current opportunities and does not need a bailout from the city of Reno for a new venture, all to be at the expense of golfers, residents, local hotels, and green space for the public. Thank you.
Steve Tipple, followed by Cynthia Albright, followed by Jory Benjamin.
Hi, I'm Steve Topol, and I live in Lake Ridge Shores on Spinnaker Drive, and I've lived here since '81. My family was the original developer of all the multifamily housing in Lake Ridge, all the apartments, the Lake Ridge Tennis Club, and the apartments that were there. We have a long history going back with Mr. Jaksic when he first built the property. And it's been basically the same property and the same structure that it's been since day one. Nothing's really changed except now the tennis club is gone and the apartments are gone because of some financial reasons that were beyond our control. I'm going to try to get out of here quick. What I would like to, if you guys decide that you want to approve this, the application, of Mr. Duncan. We raised Mr. Duncan at the meeting that he had at the 19th hole in July, I think it was, the fact that we'd like to get a deed restriction on the balance of the property that would prevent the property from being sold off and someone else coming in and developing it after this one, after the driving range project is approved, if you decide to approve it. And we'd like to have a deed restriction with a right to buy the water rights associated with the to maintain the golf course as is. And if anybody else, third person came in, they'd be bound by the restriction on the golf course, so they would stay that way. And if you can't do this for me, I've got my mother here. I'll show you a picture of it. Let's see if I can find it. This picture, we've been associated with the golf course. My sister was a champ there, Renee Topol. My mother is an athlete that she's played golf there constantly. And this is taken 5 days before she passed away. But what she wanted to do was to go out to that golf course and go out and play. And the best thing she could do was to get on the driving range. And so the last thing I need to do is to protect my mother's spirit and her image by keeping that golf course and that driving range exactly as it was when she passed away. So, Mom, hopefully we got that thing set for you, okay? All right, thank you.
Cynthia Albright, followed by Jory Benjamin, followed by Margaret Crowley.
Good evening. For the record, Cynthia Albright. I'm a resident of Lake Ridge community and a certified urban planner, and one of 3 in Nevada inducted into the College of Fellows of the American Institute of Certified Planners. AIC planners are bound by a code of ethics that requires us to act with integrity and faithfully serve the public interest. I do not believe the planners on this case have acted accordingly. I'm interested in this case because the Planning Commission denied the 2021 application to develop half of the land area with a zone change to build 47 townhomes. Now the owner wants an intense commercial use, 30% larger than the village at Ranchera, and staff recommends approval. Instead of the residential use the Planning Commission previously denied, the proposed hotel resort will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Visitor access relies on Plumas Street, a minor arterial with insufficient stacking distance in any direction and a level of service F at the intersection to handle increasing volumes from this project as well as the tennis club apartments. Reading the April 7th, 2021 Planning Commission hearing minutes, I noted Chair Taylor, now Chair Councilperson Taylor, stated that she's not in favor of rezoning open space. Commissioner Draculish stated he could, quote, support development in a lot of areas, but not at the loss of open space, end quote. Commissioner Gower could not make finding B, substantial conformance with the master plan. He also stated, quote, taking away open space without mitigating the loss is a problem. A solid mitigation plan is needed, end quote. Commissioner Johnson also stated he could not make finding B. Commissioner Velto stated, quote, if the owner of the golf course were at the table and trying to develop it, it would be easier to make the findings because there might be able to be a condition that would ensure the golf course continues to exist, end quote. Well, we now have the owner at the table, but without any assurance that the golf course remains PGOS in perpetuity. After thoroughly reviewing 3 iterations of the SPD handbook and numerous inquiries with staff, any reasonable planning professional would conclude that this application lacks the necessary content and required impact analysis for noise, lighting, mature trees, and view sheds, and offers insufficient mitigation measures for those impacts for traffic and the loss of open space. The staff analysis recommendations are not supported by the studies, as evidenced by the application. And furthermore, the applicant manipulated the meaning and intent of numerous master plan goals and policies to support a recommendation for approval, including GP 2.A, 2.2B, 2.4A, 2.3E, GP 3.1, 3.1C, 3.13B. Misrepresenting the intent of city goals and policies to support a position is a violation of the AICP Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. The real fear is how does this body ever recommend no to the future request to change PGOS to a different zoning if you say yes now? Thank you.
Jory Benjamin, followed by Margaret Crowley, followed by Irby McMichael.
Hi, good evening, and thank you. My name is Jory Benjamin. I just have a few things I wanted to touch on. One was that the traffic study does not take into consideration the apartment building that is going to be built right across the street from the resort site. And as you've heard, both are going to ingress, egress off of Plumas. I don't know how many of you have visited the site, but if you have visited the site that's in question, the ingress egress are almost right across the street from each other. So it's a failure to account for the increase of all the traffic that's, will come from the resort. We already have the apartment building being built. Also, I read the comments in the red line version of this application, and it appears that the planning is doing the job of the developer instead of reviewing and accepting or rejecting. And why would you accept an application that lacks substance and accountability? And it seems as though that the neighborhood, it's that you want to keep us in the dark about what's really going on. I don't feel like it's been, the application is very loose. Lastly, I want to also state to Mr. Durling, nobody has reached out to us to talk to us, the group, about talking about what could or happen here in the, with your applications. So I reject that. And I wanted to thank Mr. Duncan. We do enjoy your golf course, and really the neighborhood appreciates it, or they wouldn't be here trying to save it. And a boutique hotel, maybe, but this is not a boutique hotel, it's a resort. So it could be the company you're keeping that's making this a little more difficult. Anyway, thank you.
Margaret Crowley, followed by Irby McMichael, followed by Stephen Gill.
Before you start, please keep all your comments associated with the agenda item that we have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Margaret Crowley. I live on the course. I have been an attorney here in town for 34 years with a practice focusing on mediation. As you have heard, there are many compelling reasons to recommend denial of this application. It is important, however, for Save Lakeridge that this record reflect the efforts that we have made to work with Duncan Golf since the initial application was filed. While the course was purchased with full knowledge of its PGOS designation, we do recognize that it is a private business. Every business owner looks to expand income. It should not, however, be at the expense of reducing PGOS, creating multiple problems for the surrounding neighborhood, and wreaking additional traffic havoc, as the proposed development would certainly do. It is in everyone's interest for the course to stay in operation. It is equally important to be good neighbors. With that in mind, Save Lakeridge hired counsel in an attempt to explore, is there some kind of happy medium here? It was not an easy decision to pursue negotiation. Lakeridge Golf Course has been a part of Reno's landscape for over 50 years. As our community grows, open space, especially that enjoyed by Reno and local residents daily, is critical to all of us. Giving up even an inch is difficult. Nevertheless, I know from the hundreds of negotiations that I have facilitated, it's important to explore all options, especially with your neighbors. Based on Duncan's repeated assurances that the proposed development is meant to ensure the course stays open, it seemed reasonable that an area of agreement would be some sort of legal mechanism to preserve the golf course as open space in perpetuity. Doing so would show Duncan's good faith that this is not an attempt to open the door for development of the entire course. If that commitment could be made, Save Lakeridge hoped to work with Duncan to scale back plans, perhaps creating something that actually is compatible with the neighborhood, that doesn't create the whole host of problems you've heard about tonight, while still providing Duncan with sufficient income. A win-win solution. Unfortunately, negotiations have not been successful. There is no binding commitment to not develop the golf course. And so we find ourselves here tonight, not as negotiators, but as advocates, zealously opposed to this application and its associated handbook that is rife with problems. We ask that you give this application the strict scrutiny it deserves and recommend a denial on the basis that the requisite findings cannot be made. Thank you for your time.
Irby McMichael, followed by Stephen Gill, followed by Stu Colton.
Hi, I'm Irby McMichael.
I ask that you please enter my statement into the records. I am the president of the Lake Ridge Point Condominium Association, which is directly adjacent to the west side of this property. I came here tonight to say a couple things, and the first one was that the hotel building was going to be directly within however many feet of setback to our residents. However, I saw a map, and the buildings have moved. So I don't know what we're talking about in terms of final plans here, but it seems to be fluid. Now the pickleball court is directly next to us. We all know that pickleball courts are noisy. They're directly behind, in front of our property. We've had a lot of good talks here, so I'm just going to talk in bullet points. The traffic, about the traffic. You only talk about the traffic heading east and the commercial development going east. Heading west, the traffic comes from Collin Ranch, Verdi, coming down the big hill. I get to McCarran from our project, and sometimes I can't even get on it. The traffic is backed up all the way to the next light. So this is going to cause a lot of problems, more than just this little intersection. There are a lot of people that live up there. The deed restriction, I support that. I asked the question, is gaming permanently restricted? I don't know the answer, and I don't know if you do, but we should know. The golf course provides a fire break. We know the two big fires in the last 10 years have been very near our residential areas. In fact, some houses within Lake Ridge Shores burnt down. So the fire break aspect of the golf course is very important. And lastly, I just want to say that we have trust issues. We look at what happened with the tennis courts. We look at what's happening with Ranch Hera and the changes that are being made subsequent to their development. So we have significant trust issues with this whole thing. Thank you, and please deny.
Before the next comment, sir, in the back, could you please exit and re-enter through security? Yes, with the, please exit and re-enter through security. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Stephen Gill, followed by Stu Colton, followed by Roger Davidson. Stephen Gill. Stu Colton.
Hi, my name is Stu Colton. I am not a resident of the
Stu,
Lake
can you
Ridge-
speak into the microphones?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I was talking into this thing. My name's Stu Colton. I'm not a resident of Lake Ridge. However, I was a member of Lake Ridge Tennis Club since its inception with my family. And we were obviously duped by a sharp guy by the name of Chip Bowlby. He duped a lot of people. Lake Ridge got leveled, the tennis club. That was not a good thing. I don't know what the Planning Commission's position was on that, allowing them to build condos or townhouses or whatever. That was a bad deal, a very bad deal for the people of Lake Ridge. My wife and I own two office buildings, one on Plumas and one on Ridgeview. And between the apartments going in, which was Lake Ridge Tennis Club, and this project going through, is going to affect my wife and I as far as our tenants in our office buildings. And I think it behooves all of you guys up here and ladies to go out to McCarran. You might park your car up there by Lake Ridge Shores and just between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the morning and just see how bad the traffic, I mean, I've been in Reno since 1970s. See just how bad the traffic is now going east from Lake Ridge Shores all the way down to Lakeside. It's unbelievable. So to have Andy here tell you that it's not gonna impact between the apartment complex that he represented and the golf course, come on, let's use a little bit of common sense. I would think that would be the best thing to do in this case. Thank you.
Roger Davidson, followed by Linda Stanton, followed by Sean Devlin.
Hi, I'm Roger Davidson. My wife Laura and I live on Manzanita Lane overlooking this beautiful course. I am a land developer builder and have done residential, commercial, and industrial projects in many markets for over 50 years. All of us here know that the traffic at McCarran and Plumas is a mess. Together with the last approval, you're going to pile about 4,000 more trips a day on an F intersection, one of the two worst in town, so it's notable. So will the project have a real second entrance onto McCarran, as any project I've ever seen like it would have to have? No, it won't. Well, so that exit and entrance won't have any accel lanes, decel lanes, anything that's really meaningful to get traffic in and out? No, it won't. So yeah, traffic overload it's an inconvenience, but it puts people in jeopardy. Accidents, fires, and medical emergency don't always happen in hours of off traffic. So health and safety are paramount, but the real question here is, what the heck is the city's commitment to open space? In '06, the city council rezoned the course, all of it, to open space. Their reasons were to align the use with zoning ordinance, great, and preserve the property as an open space amenity. Great decision. Now the city contemplates a partial rezone to SPD. SPD is the opposite of open space. Saying this process is in alignment with the 2006 process is nonsense. It's the opposite. None of us wish harm to Duncan's golf business. We just don't want to lose the open space codified 20 years ago that protects both the course and the character of the area. Because once it's eroded, it'll be gone, and it'll be gone forever. We're assured there are no current plans to develop. Well, how about the previous one that requested the entire course be changed to SPD? That was sort of like, we've got to burn the village down to save it. Well, that wasn't saving the course. It appears that a claim of economic and community benefits trumps open space. But what if the community members don't see community benefit? What's left? Tax revenue? Is the lure of the revenue sometime down the road enough to get this approval? My last comment is for Tom, from me as a developer. Tom, you've stated your current facilities are outdated. Today, financing, site work, and vertical construction are an all-time high. Consider what a lot of developers and owners do. Remodel, refurbish, improve. Make improvements that are appropriate for your use, your clientele, your location, your neighbors. Can all be done with less capital, less time, less negative impact. Maybe you've already considered this. If you've rejected it, I'd like you to consider it again. And I'd urge all my neighbors to support something like this as well. Thank you very much.
Linda Stanton, followed by Sean Devlin, followed by Ann Barnett. Linda Stanton. All right, Sean Devlin.
Yeah, for the record, my name is Sean Devlin, and I'm a Lake Ridge Shore resident. I've lived in Lake Ridge Shores for about 21 years now, and I was pleased enough to find my dream home when I was younger. You know, I'm a little more aged, a little more wise. And no offense to the Duncans and their pursuit of building their business, but what I see happening here is a little bit of a danger issue and a travesty for those who live there. It's almost like a movie. As I look around, I got friends and neighbors. I haven't heard any of my friends and neighbors come up here and say, let's build this hotel. They don't want it, right? And if there's weight in the evidence of people coming here and speaking out against it, it sits behind me, right? Not to include the Duncans who are trying to build a business, and God bless them, but at the end of the day, it's not wanted. So as somebody who's involved in the medical world, I fear for the safety of my neighbors. I know that EMS will be impacted. I know that our ability to basically block fires naturally with natural fire breaks may be lost. and that the interruption in people's daily business, whether it's wasting an extra 5 minutes a day sitting in traffic, that means something. It means something for all of us. Nobody came out here in the rain to hold signs to get sympathy from you. We just want a good, honest evaluation of what's put in front of you and to make a really good, honest decision. If this was your neighborhood and I sat in your position, I would take due count of what I was doing and what I was voting for, because it matters. These are our homes. This is where we live, where we want to stay. So please, listen when we say we're in opposition to you rezoning this area. Thank you.
Ann Barnett, followed by Jacqueline Benitz, followed by Donald White.
Commissioners, for the record, my name is Ann Barnett. I am a second-generation physician taking care of Reno residents. So I want to talk a little bit about the human impact of this, because this is my life's work. This was my father's life's work. And taking away green spaces hurts people, okay? Reno was recently named as one of the fastest warming cities in the country. And the way to mitigate that is to create more green space. So you're planning, whoever that was that presented your planning recommendations, said, this seems reasonable because the zoning is adjacent to some commercial zoning. I beg you to look at this from the opposite perspective, that because we are adjacent to this commercial zoning, we have an even greater obligation to protect the green spaces and maybe even to create a buffer. There are real psychological and physical impacts to removing our green spaces. Everybody has been talking about the traffic implications, and just on a human level, we have a pretty aged population in this part of town. And EMS getting there matters, and seconds and minutes matter. Okay, we're talking about strokes and heart attacks. Minutes matter. So if you approve this, you are threatening the lives of all of us. You're threatening the lives of these people because EMS is not able to get there quickly enough. And I have to deal with the aftermath of that. The people affected and their families have to deal with the aftermath of that. So I'm begging you, please consider this. Please consider all of the implications of voting yes for this. And I strongly urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Jacqueline Benitz, followed by Donald White, followed by Greg Jones. Jacqueline? Okay, we'll move to Donald White.
Thank you. My name is Donald White, for the record. I live on the back nine. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the Lake Ridge Resort Project, LDC 25-00061, on the grounds that the proposal does not conform to the master plan goals and policies related to open space and recreation. Proposed zoning change conflicts with many master plan policies promoting the protection and expansion of parks, greenways, and open spaces, PGOs, and is contrary to RMC 18.08.304 sub E sub 1, 1808.304 sub D sub 1, and 1808.504 sub D sub 2. The American Planning Association, APA, broadly defines open space as land that is generally free from intensive development and used for recreational, environmental, or resource protection purposes, or as a buffer to growth and development. It is a positive element for urban growth, not just a negative space for non-building. Open space includes both public and private areas and can be found in residential areas, rural areas, and urban areas. Open space is not just a buffer zone between development, it is also a vital resource for recreational activities, improving quality of life and protecting natural beauty. The APA recognizes open space as a positive element for urban growth, not just a space to be avoided during development. They believe open space can serve as a tool for controlling development and promoting sustainable growth. Nowhere did I find any master plan policies that promote a mixed-use / hotel resort development in the middle of existing residential neighborhoods. I urge you to reject the applicant's proposal on the basis that it does not support the master plan goals and policies for protection of open space. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important issue. I have a moment left, though. I did pick up on something. I don't mean to pick on Ms. Palati, I think her name is. But I did pick up on when she was speaking, she asked what we are asking for. I think she's supposed to be neutral as an assistant planner, as your staff. And she said what we're asking for when she was presenting her thing today. Also, as a seasoned trial attorney, some things need to go on the record sometimes. And Ms. Palati's constantly making faces of consternation when she doesn't agree with something.
Chair, before we continue, I just want to let everyone know we have a couple more cards from those who request to speak in chambers. After that, we'll poll the Zoom crowd and see who would like to provide comment, and then I'll read through the names of those who have provided comment but do not wish to speak. Next up is Greg Jones, followed by Margot Piskovich, followed by Francisco Dofeliz.
Before we hear the next public comment, there will be no more discussion of individuals or their character or their expressions in these chambers tonight. We will stick our comments to the item on the agenda, or you will be asked to leave.
Greg Jones. Okay, Margot Piskovich. Next up is Francisco Dofeliz. Okay, Mary Moore.
Chair. Staff, could you please confirm that there are no more folks waiting outside to be admitted?
I'm not sure, but we can move to Zoom if you'd like, now that they've heard their names out in the lobby. We've got 2 people on Zoom.
So
can
does
recall
that mean
their
we
names.
have completed our request forms?
Those are all the requests I have to speak. I have other requests in opposition not to speak, so I'll read their names into the record.
Okay, perfect. Please proceed with Zoom.
Okay, we'll move to Zoom. If you're going to comment, just come up, fill out a card, or just get ready. What was your name? Okay, I'll look
And
for it. We'll
please
move
raise
to
your hand
Zoom.
if you have not spoken and you are in chambers yet. Okay, thank you. So we'll get to you. We're going to Zoom, and we'll get back to the one remaining comment in chambers.
First up, we have Donna Keats. Donna, it looks like your mic is unmuted. If you'd like to begin speaking and state your name for the record. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Okay, we'll move to our other participant on Zoom, Kamal Abuhan. Kamal, when you're ready, just unmute your mic and state your name for the record.
Okay, for the record, my name is Kamal Abuhan. I'm at 6402 Mayan Avenue. That's Ward 5. I'm a little bit far away. I am an outdoor enthusiast. I'm a mountain biker, and generally the area in question that you're talking about is what is on my route. I generally come from Steamboat Trail, and I overlook the Callahan storage area. I roll through there, head down Evans Creek, and I drop down right into that area. So I have pretty intimate knowledge of the traffic situation there. And I have to say, it's quite busy. I'd like to get access to the Baldani Ranch Trail, but it's right now impossible. There's a ranch or someplace that blocks the way. So I really, for me, the routes are important. When I roll through there, it's just really busy. I mean, traffic-wise, it's busy. And whenever I can, I'll get on the sidewalk and have some routes that I'll do that takes me back up the hill, that connects me to Steamboat, and then I go home. So the big thing is that the beauty of the area, it's a gorgeous area. It's absolutely beautiful. It has character. And by creating these commercial areas, it has the potential for destroying this character. And that, in my opinion, directly affects the property value of the area. So I would expect that every single resident in that beautiful area, which I will certainly never have access to, I still have empathy for them because their property values may sink because of this commercial area that will bring traffic. Now, with the city council, we just got through a bunch of meetings about the concerts during Halloween. And I know from living just as a renter here in Reno that the building codes for insulation in these properties are close to nil. The walls are thin, super thin. Sound propagates, so I can understand the situation residents are having regarding sound. So I can't say whether I support it or not. I'm not a resident of the area. I can just tell you based on my observation of just being an outdoor enthusiast that you should look into, you want to maintain the character of your community. I know I'm from New York City. I'm from San Francisco, California. I have multiple residential locations. I know what growth is like. And I know when these cities are at the maximum of their potential, and the park, like we have Central Park, is the most important outlet that will allow people to to enjoy their communities. So as you build in and you remove these parks and these open spaces, this is gonna be a problem. You have people moving out of houses because of noise problems. And I can tell you that boulevard is so loud just with the cars that are driving on it right now. The decibel levels have to be through the roof there. You need space for that. And I noticed on the map too, there's a lake there. And that's one thing I have to say about lakes, because I used to live in a boat in Vallejo, is that sound travels, especially over bodies of water. And with that said, thank you very much, everyone, and good luck, and hopefully you'll come up with a good solution.
We'll move on to Donna Keats. Donna, there you go. Can you hear us, Donna? We can't hear you. Okay, we have another card in person. We'll come back to Donna. Don Zucker.
I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed approval of this application. My concerns focus on land use compatibility, environmental impact, and compliance with Nevada law. The proposed resort size and operations, including late-night activities, a rooftop bar, outdoor events, increased commercial traffic, are fundamentally incompatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. These changes would introduce significant noise, light, air pollution, threatening the peace and character of nearby homes. Environmental and quality of life concerns. The development would reduce the quality of life for nearby residents. You've heard it from many of the previous speakers. The application disregards substantial public opposition as documented in the public comments appendices that you all have read. The Reno 26 strategic plan emphasizes the value of preserving PGOS, but the staff report dismisses this priority. Reno, as previously discussed, we're the fastest warming city in the U.S., and converting PGOS to commercial use will worsen the urban heat island effect. Maintaining existing PGOS zones is essential for mitigating rising temperatures. Violations of Nevada law, NRS 278.250 in parentheses. I'm not going to read a lot of quotes. They're all in the staff report. The proposal does not meet several statutory requirements, contrary to the recommendation. For example, protection of existing neighborhoods. The resort's commercial development threatens the safety and character of nearby communities, failing to promote public health and welfare. Conservation of open space. That's obvious. It's converting it from green space to something else. Land use compatibility. It ignores the area's physical limitation, being in the foothills, and its established character, replacing residents' green views with four-story hotel. Transportation planning. In the absence of timely traffic mitigation, this has all been discussed, but I do want to just note that only 42% of RTC projects are timely completed with an average of 7 months delay. So we're not talking about 9 years, we're talking about possibly 10, and even the traffic study presented by the applicant notes that their
Your time is up.
Their plans are fiscally constrained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Try again with Donna. Donna, can you unmute your mic?
Do we have any other public comment online?
I don't have any online. I have another in person. Karen Claffey.
Hello, my name is Karen Claffey, and I live on the Lake Ridge Golf Course on the 11th green. And I'm going to bring up something that hasn't been brought up yet because I'm very confused. I got home from vacation and I had the little yellow card. And I said, well, the yellow card's only supposed to go to the people within so much distance. So why am I getting this card? And when I looked at it, it actually showed lines 11, 12, and 13 on the golf course being changed to mixed use. So if that's the case, nobody's talked about it. And I have a card that said it also included more acreage than they're talking about. They're only talking about the 12 acres, but my card said the entire plot that is 12 acres plus 11, 12, and 13 on the golf course is to be changed to mixed use. If that's the case, we have a problem. Thank you.
Okay, with that, that's all the requests to speak that I have, but I'm going to read through the names and positions of everyone else who has submitted comment. And then we can come back and see if we can get Donna's mic to work. So we had Greg Jones. I'm going to just go through opposition. Greg Jones, Margot Piskovich, Francisco Dofeliz, Mary Moore, Stephen Gill, Linda Stanton, Jacqueline Benitz, Virginia Williamson, Robin Kinzel, Mike Bryant, John Stusland, Deborah Cavastrini, Michael McGee, Catherine Rogers, Lynn Gillespie, Arlene Bliss, Ross Bivens, James Davis, Patsy Potkinelli, Linda Wan, Robert Fulton Sr., Loth Lieberstein, Kathy and Rick Thayer, Kim L. does not wish to make a statement but is in favor. Back to opposition, Valerie Primo, Mike Magera, Judy Hare, Catherine Wilson, Sandra Bankston, Chris Klum, Judith Luce, Lex Douglas, Sarah and Douglas Laird, Bill Powell, Marielle Dickey, Geraldine Hogan, Brittany and Sean Thaler, Alexandra Lowles, Beth Dory, Alexander Waters, Renell Gredek, Susan Buckwald, and Julie Jones. With that, we can see if Donna is online and wishing to make public comment. If there's anyone who I read your name and you'd wish to speak, please raise your hand or come up to the desk. Donna, are you online and able to unmute your mic? You're unmuted. We can't hear you. Is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to speak?
This will conclude the public comment time for this item. Due to the length of this, we will take a 5-minute break and reconvene. We will commence at 8:20.
Hi, I'm Monica Kirch. I am the Director of Housing. Hi, I'm Monica Kirch. I am the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the City of Reno. The Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program is a program that the City of Reno started in coordination with Volunteers of America and the Reno Housing Authority.
Programs like the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program are important to Volunteers of America because it gives us an opportunity to catch individuals who are otherwise potentially falling between the cracks as far as services go.
The Reno Housing Authority assists nearly 15,000 Washoe County residents through its traditional housing programs, yet we know there are many more who need assistance. The Reno Housing Authority supports the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program in two ways. The first way is through a financial contribution to support half the salary of the service coordinator who works directly with clients at Village on Sage. The second way that we support the program is by ensuring that clients are on one of our HA's wait lists prior to being housed at Village on Sage.
Program
We will now proceed with questions from the commission. As I stated previously, this is a recommendation to City Council that is being rendered tonight, so it is not a final decision. As such, and just to remind everybody, regardless of how the vote is tonight, the City Council has the final authority for this decision. As such, there is no appeal process for the recommendation that is rendered tonight. It will advance to City Council regardless of what that recommendation is. So we will now proceed with questions from the commission. I am sure there will be many questions tonight, so I kindly ask that you limit your questions to 3 in a row and then afford someone else the opportunity to proceed with their questions. Who would like to start? Commissioner Becerra.
Sure, thank you so much, Chair. I do first want to start off by just a general sentiment of impressed by both the residents for their organization, obviously you've done your homework, but equally to the applicant and his representation. And I do want to extend an apology for any, I think, comments that were slung your way, because I think we should all be doing better. And that, I think, extends the sentiment that the chair expressed earlier as well. I did want to ask the chair if it would be appropriate, if Mr. Marshall was open to it, I did want to ask a question of them to kind of help level set my further questions.
City Attorney's Office, do we typically grant that request?
And I can rephrase it to someone else if necessary.
Yeah, we do allow that.
Please proceed, Commissioner
Great.
Becerra.
Mr. Marshall? I mean, we've heard a lot of feedback, comments, and I've had the privilege of being able to speak to both residents, yourself, and the applicant and his representation. And so I guess, simply put, I wanted to understand if you could summarize in specific terms what changes or improvements you've seen the applicant make in response to public input so far. Because I'm trying to ensure the record accurately reflects what progress, if any, has been made through the outreach process and give credit where credit's due all around and see where we stand.
To be blunt,
yes,
it's difficult to figure out what has come from the applicant. I think staff has actually made some changes to the betterment. I can't remember offhand which ones they were, but more importantly, I think what we want to make certain that we don't get into here is some sort of tit-for-tat negotiation on what can be tweaked here or there. We have significant issues with the application as a whole.
Okay. Are there certain things that come to mind, though? And if they don't, it's okay. I'll ask Ms. Picotti as well. Because I think it's important for this body to understand the evolution of an application, where there's still opportunities for improvement, if any. Because we're not here to, I think, for me personally, to outright deny something as much as see how we can better applications whenever possible.
And I think
I'm sorry, it's really difficult for me to hear when there's chatter in this section of the room. So I'd like to hear your response, Mr. Marshall.
I'm sorry, I'm also sometimes I'll try to speak up. I think one of the key things to remember is kind of what I brought up before, which is the starting point of, in this case, assigning MS or multi-use suburban as the base zoning. That then there was efforts to cabin in what that allowed. When you start with allowing a whole lot, I personally believe you shouldn't get that much credit for bringing something back into, the range of something that might even be considered. The question really is not who made what change, but whether or not the end product recognizes or constitutes a compatible use. And that's what I think the focus should be on. And for all the testimony you've heard, I think unanimously, we haven't gotten there yet.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I appreciate
Thank
that. While I do have some related questions, I'm going to yield for a second and let others chime in.
Commissioner Valto.
Thank you. My questions, I want to start with Leah, and I'd ask that the master plan be put up on the screen. So we're going to go through this 300-page document word by word.
Oh.
Now, I do want to focus on one part. If you could possibly go to page 30 of the document. So, Leah, this document's massive. I spent a lot of time the last few days going through it. And this chart in particular really jumped out at me. And I want to talk to you about it. If you look to is that the right? Yeah, to the right side of the chart, you see designations of regional centers in downtown, and then what appears to be the kind of like Virginia and in McCarran. I don't recall talking about this or hearing about this in the past. Can you kind of explain to me what that means and what the implication is in this section of the master plan?
Yes, are we just talking about what those regional centers are, or these priority locations for infill and redevelopment based on those regional centers?
Yeah, I guess it's two parts. What does that mean? What is that? And what is the implication of that with the master plan?
So as you can see on the screen, the master plan, which is a 300-page document, has identified these priority locations based on essentially proximity to the regional corridor, but specifically that if you're looking under 2.2A there, the very first thing it says is downtown and convention center regional areas. So those are those two big sort of blue targets that you see, and then that's Virginia Street that lines them. So when we're looking at places that we want to establish locations for infill and redevelopment, the priority areas are anywhere in the downtown and conventional regional centers, so that's those blue areas. The innovation areas, which are generally north of McCarran, redevelopment districts, which are kind of downtown and then along that Virginia Street corridor, and then along the urban corridors, which would be Virginia Street and portions of 4th Street, and I think Mill Street's on there and a couple of others as well. In this particular case, this particular site is I think it's a little less than a quarter mile from one of these regional centers. And again, being that this is on McCarran, which is our major arterial that goes around the city, that's sort of where we look at these targeted locations for infill.
And can I ask a follow-up, Chair? I get 3, so I get one more. That's one, I've already asked 2. I shouldn't have clarified. So I guess my question then would be, how does this chart and these policies in the master plan, how did that incorporate into your analysis of whether there is master plan conformance?
Basically, what I looked at here is there are limited areas on McCarran that are really available for infill at this point, and especially ones that are within a quarter mile of that regional center. So when I looked at this and I looked at the proximity to the regional center, that established mixed suburban mixed use that runs along the southern side of McCarran and sort of that corridor, this could be prioritized as one of those areas.
Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? I know you have questions.
I'll ask my questions. They're for the
Sure.
applicant.
Yeah.
One of the comments that came out of the public is the loss of open space and the consequences, what that means to loss of green space and urban heat effect, that it can have negative impacts on urban heat effect. We know that is a very serious matter for our region. So I appreciate that there was a slide that had some new sustainability measures that we were going to be offered. Can you show me, tell me, indicate where those will go into the handbook? Is it going to be a new section? What all, are those pick and choose, or is it an all of the above?
For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers again. So we are proposing that all of this language would go into a new section in the SPD. So all of these aspects would be included then in the development. And so to your point of urban heat island, I think there's a few things at play here. I think adding in the sustainability section definitely helps. We already had also the preservation of existing mature trees, which is kind of part of that as well. And as well as I would add, reducing some of the parking down to just what's required and no excess. So we're getting rid of some asphalt in lieu of additional landscaping in that respect as well.
So, gosh, I don't want to get up on my third one, but here, this last one about solar or renewables for pool heating, to the extent feasible, could you just sort of, what is the extent feasible?
Just that, you know, I guess we have not explored that. Obviously, solar heating for pools is a pretty common thing. We think that is definitely feasible. And then, but we threw in, knowing that this region has, you know, other opportunities for, you know, ground source heating, even geothermal resources, which are known to be, I don't know if they're this far south, but known to be sort of in proximity here. If that's an option, we'd like to explore that if it's feasible. Just that it wouldn't necessarily only be solar, it could be some other way.
Okay, well, I'll ask later about guarantees, but, so, you know, I'm really taking sort of a design standpoint here. So what's great about a specific plan, as opposed to traditional rezoning, is that you can include specifics. So you have this handbook, so let's talk design architecture. We saw 3 concept elevations. One was Grays Crossing in Truckee, one was Edgewood, which is South Lake area, and one was Nakoma up in Portola. One thing I think with residential adjacency, which is the heart of this issue of this project, is what is it going to look like? Scale, mass, color, texture. Please, I think for the sake of the people who will be living next door, can you give us as close to, if not exact, like what is it to be expected of this development?
Sure. So I think I shared during my presentation, right, that these are sort of the inspiration that we can kind of point to locally to say, you know, these are not out of the realm of possibility, right? When you look at Nakoma or even Grays Crossing, really Grays Crossing, I think, is much more similar. I think we're drawing a lot of inspiration from that. 129 rooms, we're at 100 plus the 15 villas, pretty comparable in size. Looking at, you know, their renderings, 4 stories, very attractive, kind of modern, you know, or contemporary mountain, high desert type architecture, which I think we're starting to see a lot of, palettes coming forward. We did include in the handbook, We did include in the handbook a number of different architectural standards. So on the left, those are standards from the handbook right now, that the color palette has to be natural tones, have distinct variations in textures, and a number of different design elements that we kind of give some recommendations on. And then we did have these are some kind of, again, inspirational type renderings that were provided. We kind of with staff talked back and forth and didn't include them, but this is the direction that we want to see the development head. And then for the villas themselves, this would be kind of, again, inspirational of what that is, with those, again, those the standard texts that's in there would be applicable. The text is already in the SPD.
It's probably someone else's turn.
Commissioner Del Villar.
Thank you. I have actually questions for Leah. Thank you. So obviously beforehand and reading some of the commentary and hearing the public comments tonight, this has come up several times, and that is that, in 2021, this commission unanimously recommended denial of converting this public space. And so I'm just trying to understand, are there any specific conditions or policies that have changed since then, or is there anything in this particular application itself that might have mitigated or eliminated that the issues that came up for why it was denied back in 2021?
Thank you, Commissioner Del Villar. Leah Picotti for the record. It's a good question. So there are some things that have changed, and I can let the applicant talk about the driving range and the townhomes being built and all of that stuff. But I think for us, fundamentally, we look at this as supporting an existing business and ancillary to an existing use, and an opportunity to bring some non-conforming existing uses that are on site into conformance. And then at the same time, sort of reining in some of those things that are allowed in PGOS, along with the existing residential adjacency standards, to come to something that exceeds the code standards, but still supports the existing business. While maybe I wasn't here for the 2021, I actually started right after that. But I think in 2021, that application was not denied. Let's be clear about that. It was, we went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission recommended denial. It would have moved forward to City Council as with any other zoning map amendment. And at that point, the applicant withdrew that application. That, I believe, was for 46 townhomes, if I'm remembering correctly. It's a little late at night. So we were looking at essentially a single-family subdivision, not ancillary to the use of the golf course, but just more homes on the golf course.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the clarification on the actual non-denial, or that it was actually withdrawn. So, and then I have a couple of other questions. I have some traffic questions, but I'm going to let other people speak to that first. But one question I had was, because somebody brought it up, was the delivery route. I'm just curious, how will these delivery trucks get to where they need to go?
It's a good question, and I'll defer to the applicant on that one.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Andy Durling again. Get to a site plan we can point to. So all access is coming off of Golf Club Drive, right? That is the primary access. As was mentioned, we had hoped for an access to McCarran, but NDOT's not supportive of that at this time. So all of the, it's hard to point, but all of the access will come from the east there off of Golf Club Drive, whether it's patrons or deliveries. That's where they're coming now, right? And I think it's worth noting, right? There's existing restaurant, bar, special events, a number of special events that occur here. And so all of the support for that is currently using that access. Golf Club Drive was constructed to serve the golf course, Golf Club Drive. And it hasn't been until the last few years that the residents were built on there that are also utilizing that.
Thank you. I assume that the number of deliveries will go up, though. I recognize that there's businesses now, though, there, but
Yes, I would assume so too.
thank you. That's it for now.
I will ask a quick question to that pertaining to the access there. So the site will likely need 2 points of ingress and egress. You're going to have one, and I'm going to ask about traffic later, but just getting to access right now, you have the access that's fire on McCarran. Do you have a permanent right to the access at Golf Club Drive to provide for fire because you've got a tall, non-residential building?
Yes, so Golf Club Drive is an existing easement. It's a private roadway that's maintained by, the property owners that utilize it. And yes, it is, Duncan Golf, the owner of the property, has access easements across that property. So that is for their public access to serve the golf course and future development as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield for now. Commissioner Becerra, unless, Commissioner Becerra, please.
Commissioner Williams, did you have one? Do you want to go? Go ahead. Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just, I guess, Leah, it'll be for you. It'll be kind of a piggyback off of what Commissioner Delviar was asking, because I don't think I got a clear answer. Maybe it's a similar question, so deserves to be followed up on. But in 2021, there was that similar project I think has been referenced for this project site or in the area. Was staff's recommendation denial for that one in order to preserve PGOS?
Thank
From
you,
your
Leah
understanding, I
Picotti,
know
for
it's
the record.
before your time, but
I only know what I read in the staff report, and that was a recommendation of denial, yes.
okay. So then what I'd like to understand is like moving to 2025, present day, why is the policy shifted to, I guess, not consider the inherent value of PGOS? And I guess in simple quantifiable terms, could you, I guess, clarify to what specific public benefits this proposal provides that outweigh, competing priorities within the master plan policy and goals like preserving PGOS?
Yes, so let me I'm a little tired, so let me kind of tackle
we're
that
with
one
you.
at a time here. So our policy on PGOS has not changed. When I am assigned an application and I evaluate that application, I have two choices. I can recommend approval or I can recommend denial. I am not the person that makes that decision, and in this particular case, you guys are in the same shoes I'm in. You're a recommending body. And it's black or white. We recommend approval, we recommend denial. So we, as staff, can work with the applicants and try to craft something that staff can support, or we can say no, and we can recommend denial. In this case, we, being myself and the rest of the team here at the city and the applicants, we all worked together and we read every single letter of concern and opposition that came in. And we, together, looked at how we could mitigate those concerns and those impacts to the residents. So when we got something in that said, we're concerned about the light, we sat down and we looked at the lighting and we said, how can we make this better? How can we improve this? And so it's not that our policy on PGOS has changed. It's that we have worked together to craft something that's better than what currently exists. So while this is open space, and we've had this conversation before, and when you look at PGOS, what it specifically says is that it's generally public parks, but could also be privately owned recreational facilities such as this. Again, this doesn't have to remain, this former driving range doesn't have to remain green open space. It can be developed with nothing but pickleball courts right now.
Right.
And so when I'm looking at this, And we are working on this application. We are looking at those competing master plan policies. We are looking at current zoning code, and we are trying to determine what the best course of action is for the future of this particular site.
Great, thanks, Lee. And I do appreciate, bettering the project, and I think I've kind of mentioned that the applicant has been open to feedback and so forth. I guess what I'm getting at here, and I maybe haven't heard, so correct, or excuse me if I'm just missing something, but again, in simple terms, what's the specific public benefit for this SPD request?
Well, I would say that we are supporting existing businesses. We are increasing the residential adjacency standards that are in existence today. And we're creating economic benefits for the community by bringing in tourism and offering jobs and everything else that would be associated with
Great,
them.
thanks, Leah. If I can be afforded just one more, and I don't want to steal the chair's thunder on traffic, but I do
Sure.
have a
Please
traffic-related
proceed.
one.
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Moving on to kind of like traffic in the future, there was talk about the McCarran and the widening of McCarran at some point in the future, near or midterm. What would be the level of service after McCarran is widened when it does happen, whether that's next year or 8 years from now or whatever?
That's a great question for a traffic engineer.
Perfect. Well, we have one on the dais. I'm just kidding.
I've reviewed the study, but Mr. Chilson.
Thank you,
Good
Leah.
evening, Lauren Chilson, with GCW Traffic Engineer. Once McCarran is widened, the level of service will return to D. That's validated in the cumulative condition 2050 scenario with the project and the widening, and it shows level of service D.
Thank you, sir. And just for clarity, is the current level of service D today, or?
Currently, it's E as it sits today. In our future scenarios, it goes into F, as has been mentioned numerous times.
Great.
And then with widening, returns to D.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I think that might be a good leeway into traffic. So I had a meeting, as I stated previously, with Save Lake Ridge and the applicant, and in both of those meetings, I stated that I did not believe the application as presented in the traffic study did not meet that finding as presented as it is online. You're looking at a level of service F upon project build-out, and the RTC standard is that of an E. This is a regional road, so at least I would interpret that. I recognize it's also NDOT, but that standard would need to be met per the finding, because that's what we're tasked with making. Can you tell me a little bit about that? And obviously, you have a condition that you have suggested, so give me a little bit of light on that. Obviously, we're talking about a period between that widening project taking place, potentially, and we have to approve that. So please give me some more detail about this proposed condition.
Yes, again, Lauren Chilson, thank you for the question. It's an important clarification. So I want to start by saying the project is responsible, as are all others, for mitigating its incremental impact. A small project like this cannot solve a regional issue. It does have a responsibility, however, to mitigate its incremental impact, and that's our intent tonight. That will be done in two ways. First, regional road impact fee payment. That's estimated at $250,000. That is the standard practice in this community for mitigation of small projects. However, recognizing the concerns of the community, we want to be a responsible developer, and we are prepared to offer this traffic mitigation, which specifically addresses the approach that our traffic will use and mitigates our increment in addition to that impact fee. So this is in addition to the impact fee. It effectively, I could read it if you wish, but you can read. It essentially says, if we get there before the RTC does, we will make this improvement so that we mitigate our impact. And I'd like to show just a comparison. This is really important. If I can have the overhead for just a second, please. The top table is the current condition, is the condition without the project and without any widening. The bottom line in the table, 81.1, is post-mitigation with the project. The point here is that we have not exacerbated the existing condition with the project, including this mitigation, right? We're back to less delay than what we started with, so we have mitigated our impact with this condition.
So as I can be sympathetic to how this situation arose. I reviewed the acceptance letter from NDOT, which was effectively a denial letter, and your initial application perhaps intended, as the site plan showed, that you would have a right turn lane into the site. That would have seemed commensurate with the project to me, but you know, the application that was formally stated to us said we didn't get that from NDOT, and then we have no mitigations necessary. So, you know, we're at level of service F legally within the finding, and I recognize that there are lawyers on both sides of this. We have to identify that incremental benefit, you know, not necessarily the finding legally states mitigating traffic impact. That certainly would be interpreted to be that of your project. So the study that you would typically prepare, if this were not an NDOT study, would be what is called the traffic entry and access study. That's correct. That would show a portion of what's in your study, that is queues along Plumas. So you've shared level of service improvements in that slide, or the overhead, I believe. What would that do? What would this phase overlap do to the queues on Plumas? Because that would also be something to be construed as a necessary mitigation that the applicant should bear.
I would agree, it could be viewed that.
What will it do to the queues on Plumas?
Yeah, the entire point of this mitigation is to move traffic more efficiently in the heaviest movement from the Plumas Lake, which is the right turn. So what this does is create additional green time for that northbound right turn. It's going to reduce the queue inherently by creating better operations, reducing delay on that leg.
So can you explain what a phase overlap is to me, and for the record here, what's that going to mean for folks who would be approaching the intersection northbound at Plumas and McCarran?
Absolutely. We tried to illustrate this with the two green lines with arrows there. So what happens is when the westbound to southbound left turn movement is on, the northbound right turn movement also gets a green light, which it doesn't have today, right? You'd have to, it would be in a stop condition, you'd be pull up, stop, everyone has to stop. And with this mitigation, the green light would be on at the same time, and it improves traffic flow through that movement.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further for now. I'll let other folks
Can I
chime
ask
in.
a traffic question? Well,
Of course, you can ask a traffic question.
I am not a traffic engineer. Explain to me in very simple terms, why is a right-in, right-out pork chop at the bottom of Golf Club not considered? Which would then have the traffic going out to Ridgeview, so it wouldn't be backing up the hill, and then would help, I would think, the apartments going out, the new apartment complex across the street.
Yeah, very honestly, we looked at a lot of options here, but I think it's important to clarify that the apartment driveway is not opposite. It's actually closer to 300 feet to the south. So they do not align directly, just for super clarity here. The reason is we have an office building, multiple residents, and other users, and we don't want to impact their access as well, right? We want to be respectful of those other businesses, those other activities, and we're not sure we want to send traffic through the rest of the neighborhood that doesn't need to be there.
Ridgeview is commercial. I mean, that stretch of Plumas is commercial.
To the south is primarily apartments, townhomes, those types of properties. It's also pretty indirect when you go to Lakeside, and operations at Lakeside are not tremendously better. So, you know, you could view it as what are we accomplishing? In short, we don't wish to impact adjacent property owners.
I'll add a follow-up question to that. So if we restricted access to right-in, right-out for Golf Club Drive, what would that do to people who live on Golf Club Drive?
Well, they'd be, in order to make any movement to McCarran, they'd have to go south on Plumas, east on Ridgeview, across to Lakeside, back up to Lakeside, and face a similar delay at Lakeside.
So it would make their commutes longer and more burdensome?
Certainly.
It's not just going to impact the applicant here.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Becerra, just going to piggyback off, maybe it's going to be for you. It's going to be traffic related. And maybe follow up to the chair's question, but really, he asked about like what it will do to the queue. But I think the assumption here is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that the queue is referring to only vehicle traffic, correct?
Correct.
Speaking from a multimodal transportation lens, so what does this do to other forms of transportation in that region, or was that taken into account? Like, because that particular corridor, from my understanding and from my own experience, I know, is a corridor that also involves a lot of cyclists and so forth. So does that get worse? Does it stay the same? Does it get improved with that that turn signal?
It stays very much the same.
Okay.
In that we have maintained crosswalk times on McCarran. We have maintained all bike lanes and sidewalks. Really, the change to cyclists and pedestrians is minimal.
Minimal, or is it?
Effectively zero from an operations perspective. Is there more traffic on the road? Yes. Is that measurable? Not really.
Okay.
So I would really, I don't want to say it's absolutely nothing, but it's near zero.
Okay. And there was modeling for that, for multimodal?
Yes, all those modes are included in the traffic counts, included in the traffic analysis accounted for.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm going to yield for a little while here and let the others speak. Thank you.
I have questions for you, Leah. Someone brought up the fact that this is a non-gaming hotel, right, as it is right now. What does it actually take to make it a gaming hotel? Like, is this in the right?
Leah Picotti for the record. So if they wanted to make it a gaming hotel,
Not that I think they do. I'm just.
yeah, we get to do this all over again. So they'd have to come in with an application to amend the SPD. They would have to go to the neighborhood advisory board meeting. They'd get a recommendation from staff. They'll get a recommendation from the planning commission. 2 hearings at council, and depending upon what kind of gaming, there may be other requirements and triggers as well.
Fair enough. Thank you. I just
Commissioner
wanted.
Del Villar, if I can piggyback on that.
Please.
Nevada law requires in Washington County a minimum of 300 hotel rooms for unlimited gaming. So the handbook is limited to 100 rooms, so it would not allow for unlimited gaming just based on Nevada law.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you. And then the other question I had was, so for the current SPD, the handbook, it talks about the building height, and they agreed that it wouldn't be more than 55 feet. But does that include the potential, is that like the height of the building or the total height that can be there? And I'm not necessarily concerned with the plans that they might have. I'm concerned for future uses because the SPD goes with a new owner potentially. So like if they could have a 10-foot pad there and a 55-foot height building, then it would be 65 feet. So I'm just kind of curious what that process looks like.
Yeah, so they have to comply substantially with the plans that they submitted. They did submit cross-sections as part of this application. I believe they were included as an exhibit showing what the height would be from the ground level. They can't really deviate from that. So if they came in and they had done something like built up these pads, that would increase the base elevation, which would then increase that, and then they wouldn't be in general conformance with the plans that they've already submitted.
Okay, so and that wouldn't impact if the property was sold before something was built, that would carry on with that. Okay,
Now, that will carry on throughout, as long as this SPD exists.
perfect. Thank you so much.
Leah, I think I got something for you. Commissioner Williams, for the record. Speaking on that lines, what standards are in place to generally ensure that what's being presented tonight is what's going to be built in, like, say, versus a big box hotel?
So this is what we love about SPDs, are the specifics. So what we've incorporated into this, again, exceeds those Reno Municipal Code standards. We have standards for building height, but specifically we have standards for wall articulation, both vertical articulation and horizontal articulation. It's a little bit of a technical aspect, but basically they have to have, by code, they would have to have 3 articulation elements on each side, depending upon what faces a road. It could be 5. But basically what we've done here is we've enhanced that to 5 on all sides. So that kind of prevents that solid wall type look. They'll have to have something like, you know, things that jut out or changes in texture. And then for that vertical articulation, they'll have to have, the walls will have to be segmented. So it'll be something like what Andy's showed for the, I just went blank on what it's called, but that bottom hotel that's being built up there in Truckee, that has about probably 5 articulation standards on each side. And then on top of that, they added the neutral colors, which is not part of code, but they have included into the handbook as well.
Great, thank you. Well, I got 2 more if you guys don't mind. What, if they wanted to change operations at all, like say for events or for capacity to the clubhouse or music, what's required of that? Let's say we want to expand those types of operations within what they currently have.
So again, the SPD is all about the specifics. So they are subject to that site plan that they submitted. Any sort of deviation from that, quantifiable deviation from that, under 10% could potentially be approved by the administrator. Over 10%, they'll probably have to come back for some kind of amendment to the SPD. So in other words, let's say that they build 1,000 square foot spa, let's just make it an easy number here. They could probably expand that to about just under 1,100 square feet through an administrative approval, but anything larger than that would probably require some kind of handbook amendment.
Okay, awesome. My last question's for the applicant. Mr. Durling, my last 2 questions were really based on this idea of what some are referring to a bait and switch. So I have an ask of you today. Are you willing to make a modification to the handbook tonight to reduce the timeline from a maximum of 10 years to 7 years?
That's something I have to consult with my client on, but definitely something we can entertain. If you can give me a minute.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to have you
Please
come
take
back
your
up.
time. We'll wait for an answer.
You can go ask another
May I-
question and have them come back up.
Yeah, if we, why don't we do that? So,
Well, actually, I had a question.
okay, we'll wait.
Could you maybe just repeat your question so I'm clear here?
Yeah, I'm wondering, there's, you know, the narrative I think I've heard the most is that there's, and it's kind of in regards to the golf or the tennis club, was the fact that somebody's going to take this and do something different with it. And I think a lot of that comes out of this timeline, which I even at times have wondered, it seems excessive at 10 years. And I'm being told that's generally by code. I'm just asking today to help mitigate some of these things, which I know you guys have generally done a very good job of. If you're willing to take that timeline from 10 years to 7 years.
Yeah, after discussing with my client, they would be willing to move the language in the handbook to say instead of completion in 10 years, that it would be substantial completion in 7.
Substantial.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, and that's all I have.
I was curious what substantial means and why 7, why not 5? What was the rationale behind 7 years?
If that's the question for me, it's just a number I picked.
We are during, hold on, we are during questioning here, not at deliberations. So I would suggest maybe posing a question about a request for 5 years, and then we can debate based on any answers provided.
Okay, I'll ask that question of the applicant, if you don't mind. What is substantial construction mean to you and your client, and what is the minimum number of years that you could agree to?
So the question of substantially complete, I think, we use that turn of phrase a lot in In planning, we've incorporated that into handbooks similar to this, where we would not want to get to a position where, the year 7, we're under construction and you have to stop, right? That's not a good situation for Mr. Duncan. That's obviously not a good situation for the community. So I suppose it would be like 51% complete, right? That they would be substantially constructed, right? We're referring to construction.
And then 7, 10, what is the minimum number of years that would be
I think
agreeable?
7 is starting to feel a little uncomfortable, just from a standpoint of, we're estimating this is a $100 million project. So when you look at that from, a design timeframe of, designing a high-quality facility, and then getting the financing in line and permitted and constructed, we hope, obviously, that it would happen sooner than that. I think that is Mr. Duncan's intent. However, just to give some leeway here, 7 years makes us feel a little more comfortable.
Can I? So in a development agreement scenario, you would be coming every 24 months to give an update, a project report towards that. Is that something the applicant would be willing to do? It's not a decision-making, but rather at the 2, 4, 6, 8-year marks, an update on what the progress is towards construction and design?
I'm getting a thumbs up that would be.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, though, however, we don't have a development agreement. It would just be
Right.
a term of the SPD that within every 24 months or thereabouts, we would come to the city council, I suppose, or provide a written update to staff would be probably.
Whatever the city requires for the development agreement, I'm not sure if it's a presentation with a few slides or if it's just a written memo, but something that notifies the public, for example, what the timeframe is looking like?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a written sort of report to staff seems totally feasible, rather than having to come to another hearing and, you guys are all busy and don't want to see us all the time. That seems reasonable to me.
Commissioner Becerra?
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up. I guess it could be for Andy or or Garrett, or perhaps even Mr. Duncan, if you'd like. Really just kind of continues off of what I was asking Leah earlier around the public benefit, because I know Mr. Gordon had sent a good, thorough response earlier today. I think responding to Mr. Marshall's own legal analysis. And there was a statement that rezoning away from PGOS was, quote, more beneficial to the city than having the property be a PGOS zone, strict MS zone, or residential zone. So could you elaborate on that? And how does that perspective reconcile with, again, the prior reasoning in 21 that PGOS holds its own inherent community value? Because I'm really trying to understand how we as a commission balance those differing considerations tonight.
Sure. No, that's a great question, and I'll defer to my colleague if he would like to add some commentary on this as well. But from my perspective as a professional planner, this is there's a lot of differences from the 2021 case to this case. In 2021, it was proposing straight zoning with a residential development addition of townhomes, essentially an expansion or phase 2 of the Hilltop townhomes. Quite frankly, really no substantial benefit to the golf course other than that a one-time, financial event. This obviously being proposed and advocated for by the Duncan family, the owner of the golf course, as a means to help solidify the legacy and the future of the golf course. So again, going back to kind of our original intent with the SPD of including the whole golf course, the intent was always the primary use here, the driver, is the golf course. This is now a accessory and complementary use that helps facilitate the vitality and health of that, that asset in our community. So from our perspective, this is complementing the remainder of the open space that is the golf course.
Great. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. And just to follow up, kind of a pivot ever so slightly, but just, again, I don't want to necessarily negotiate for residents, but more along the lines of the benefits, kind of akin to the value that a rezoning grants a property and the owner of a property, whether it's the current property owner or future property owner, but is the applicant willing to extend a sort of, I don't know, benefit, membership benefit of the sort to adjoining residents that isn't necessarily a benefit to the individual families, but to the adjoining parcels, because that's financial value to that property that carries over with those folks. And again, just an idea.
Yeah, I'd have to maybe check with the client real quick.
Yeah. And again, nothing that needs to be probably sorted out tonight, but maybe fodder for thought as things move forward.
That might be good too as a suggestion, since city council will hear this one anyway, and that
Yeah.
would also be a function of what property owners and everything. There's a few variables there. So
Yeah, just throwing it out there, folks.
Commissioner Velto.
I don't have a question. I thought I might weigh in on this 2021 portion because I was there. If you'd like me to, I can do it now or I can wait for discussion, but
Yeah, sure.
just want to give context. So obviously, I was only one vote on the commission, so I can't tell you exactly how everybody viewed it. My view of what happened in 2021 was that this was a proposal of strictly residential that was taking away a portion of the golf course to be residential. I had a lot of trouble with that because I viewed any push of residential that encroached on the golf course as making it more likely that a future request to change the zoning of the golf course would be deemed compatible with residential. So my concern was, we're going to take this golf course and it's going to become a bunch of houses and there's not going to be a golf course. So any encroachment of residential onto that property, I viewed as problematic because I thought it would bolster a compatibility argument in the future for more residential on the golf course. So I do think this is a bit distinct, and I can talk about that more during discussion, but that was my view, at least then, and I think at least one or two other commissioners agreed. There were others who had separate views, but that was my recollection. That was why I viewed it that way.
I believe we had a somewhat of an unanswered question. Did you want to add something?
Yes,
to
thank you,
something
Mr.
stated
Chairman.
previously?
So to Commissioner Becerra's question, talking with Mr. Duncan, yes, it is their intention to have incentives or some sort of program, right, for adjacent homeowners. What that looks like, how that looks like, I don't know. So I think what we would suggest is maybe that's something that we can work on between now and city council to incorporate into the SPD or a condition or
Yeah,
something.
I think that's all the best we can ask for tonight. And in this case is, just acting in good faith, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
I have yeah, please. Commissioner Del Villar.
I have questions for Leah. So this is a concern of mine, and I heard it a lot tonight from the public and read a lot about it, and that is setting precedents with a decision like this, right? And so some of the questions I have are, the precedents for converting other public spaces citywide. And so can you kind of clarify what some of those safeguards are that would prevent this decision from being used to justify other changes of?
Yes, I can. Leah Picotti for the record, and Mike Rayleigh can jump in on this too. But anytime we're looking at these cases, they're looked at on an individual basis. They're analyzed on an individual basis. It depends on surrounding zoning, context, history, what's happened. So I don't want to necessarily say that if this were to get approved, that all of a sudden we're going to start approving hotels on every golf course in the area. Which, by the way, I think there's only 2 in the city of Reno. But it wouldn't necessarily set precedents. We analyze each case on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. You're good? Okay. And then the other question I have is around some of the language that was in the SPD handbook that talked about the boundary potential modifications. You said 10%. If it's over 10%, it would have to come back. But I'm just really trying to understand if you can kind of explain, how that language is actually would potentially prevent future public hearings, or like what does that actually mean, and why is it there?
Yes, so when we're talking about the boundary, That's not something that can be deviated from. So if we're talking about that 12.5 acre SPD, the location of it, the size of it, this is zoning. That we have a legal description that follows this, and it's not going to deviate from that. So if this does move on and end up getting approved, what's going to be approved and modified to SPD is the 12.5 acres that you're looking at right now. The boundary itself cannot be modified. What can be modified are some of the quantifiable standards that are set forth not only in code, but in the handbook as well. So that would be quantifiable things. So that could be setbacks, step backs, building height, things along those kinds of lines. Things that we would normally see as an application for some sort of deviation. So we have two different kinds. We have more than two different kinds, but essentially we have two different kinds of deviations. We have minor deviations that are less than 10%, and we have major deviations that are 10% or more, up to 50%. Major deviations require approval from the Planning Commission. Minor deviations for less than 10% can be approved administratively. That just carries on into this SPD handbook.
Great, thank you so much.
Commissioner Becerra, thank you. A couple more, Leah. Gosh, a lot going on tonight, so I lost a few earlier. There was concern, rightfully so, about the residents or the general public losing kind of a process or input. Could you just clarify or confirm if under the SPD, public input would be removed in favor of like administrative review or some other kind of process, or will there still be public input under the SPD handbook as presented right now?
So as we see it, we are reviewing so there's two things that would be required under this, and it would be a major site plan review for the grading because the cuts and fills exceed the standards. And then you would have a site plan, so the major site plan review would be heard by the Planning Commission. And then you have a minor site plan review for residential adjacency. So what we've done here is we have said that they have provided us with enough documentation that we have included the review for the major site plan and the residential adjacency in this application. So instead of it being an administrative decision or a decision of the Planning Commission, this actually gets a higher level of review, and the City Council, Planning Commission, and City Council both get to review it as well. So it's not that we're waiving it, it's that we've elevated it to be included in the review for this.
So you're saying, just so I understand it, the public can anticipate that they would no longer have a say because it's been scrutinized enough at this stage and future stages if it did move forward?
So, Mr. Becerra, to clarify, the request that would come back normally under a public process, the documents and the review, like, for example, the grading, was included with the SPD handbook. So it's what you see is what you get, so to speak.
Okay.
They would not come back with the exact same plan and get that reapproved. It's been incorporated here, and as Leah said, a major site plan review would typically go to Planning Commission and would only go to council if it was appealed, where a minor site plan review is an administrative decision, which could also be appealed. But in this case, it's going to the Planning Commission and City Council because it's bundled with the SPD handbook.
Great, thank you, Mike. And a little follow-up, Leah, because it teased me up for this one. Mr. Durling, during his presentation, did refer to other SPDs that the City of Reno has kind of supported or approved recently. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was curious what those are and how do they compare to this project? Are they apples to apples or are they different? And if they're not the same, why bring them up?
I can't speak as to why Mr. Durling brought him up, but I can tell you from my experience, specific plan districts are a great way to create a single project that or a project that functions as a single entity.
Right.
So if that makes sense. So like one of the other ones that we've done, I mean, SPDs can be anything, right? Like we did the Notables SPD,
Yes.
just to allow them to add that commercial kitchen.
Right.
We did the Heiser SPD, which had a large amount of residential and commercial that was
That's
all
true.
sort of going to function together on this one property. And then here we have this one. I wouldn't say that any SPD necessarily sets a precedent for another SPD, but they're all sort of their own project with their own standards that end up getting applied. And Andy can further on as to why he brought that up in his presentation.
Great, no, thank you.
Yeah, no.
Hey, Andy, thanks, Leah.
Thanks, Commissioner Becerra. Again,
Yeah.
Andy Derling for the record. So you brought it up that we're not starting from scratch, right? There is a methodology to SPDs. There is a way that we work with the city staff and the planning commission for their approvals. So we based this in its formatting on the Heiser SPD, as Leah mentioned, also used mixed suburban as a base zoning district. A little different, right? Obviously, it dealt with a different mix of uses, but it also dealt with the grading side of things. So that project also triggered major site plan review for cuts and fills. That SPD incorporated the major site plan review level and set of, level of specificity in an actual plan set that you would normally see in a major site plan review into the SPD in the same manner that we're doing it for this. So to Leah's point, right, and to Mr. Rayleigh's point, we have incorporated that specificity of those future entitlements right now so that people can see what we are proposing.
Great, thanks, Andy.
Yes.
Appreciate it. And Leah.
Commissioner Jockman, I have a question about zoning. So one of the exhibits attached to and I think this is best for staff. One of the exhibits highlighted the differences between MS zoning and the SPD that's before us tonight. Is there any way, without further discretionary approval, that you can go to MS zoning as a part of this application, be it through time, some administrator review, anything of the sort?
Let me just clarify. So you're asking if at some point this could just default back to MS zoning and then everything that's allowed in MS zoning would then be allowed, right?
That's correct, and for the reason of, some of these findings pertain to a traffic study that you could have other things as a part of that. So is there any way that they can revert to MS zoning, or would it revert to open space?
As I stated in my presentation, it will revert back to PGOS if at the end of that 10 years or 7 years, the applicant doesn't extend that. There is no way that it would just default back to MS without doing this all over again with a full public hearing, public notice, and everything else to rezone it to MS.
Thank you. The next question I had was about lighting, and with that exhibit, one of the things I hoped I could, more easily digest was how lighting in PGOS compares to what is before us. So can you touched on it a little bit in your presentation. Can you tell me what's allowed today per lighting and what would we be approving?
Yes. So my computer died about an hour ago, so I can't actually pull up the code. And
I should say recommending. My apologies.
Maybe Mr. Rayleigh can pull up the code. But basically, because PGOS allows those outdoor recreational type activities, ball courts, sports, things like that, it allows stadium lighting without restrictions. So the restrictions that we have in Reno Municipal Code that restrict the lighting for everywhere other than PGOS does not apply to PGOS. So we could have basically full-blown stadium lighting from, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's what would be allowed.
Under the current zoning.
Current zoning.
Commissioner Jockman, Leah actually had a slide that addressed this, and we're pulling that up right now.
Yes, thank you, guys. So I just pulled this out of there.
There you go.
So this is that section that I'm talking about. So right now, under PGOS, the standards that I have put the X over there do not apply. So that means that lighting does not have to be shielded from adjacent residences. It is not subject to the lighting standards in 1306. They do not have to be screened from adjacent residential zoning. They don't have to meet the setbacks for accessory structures, and they are not restricted to those hours that it shows there. Through the SPD, this is all restricted.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Becerra.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on that, just clarity, because when we were reviewing the downtown entertainment district ordinance and all that jazz, there was concern that, signs can be behemoths, of the sort, and even for the smaller properties. And I think the response that we received after trying to ask if we can minimize, the size of those signs, the response was more or less, well, no one's ever going to do that, right? Like, who's going to do that? Like, only if it's a big casino and they'd have to go through a process and so forth. And now I'm hearing a similar response under PGOS that, well, under PGOS, they could just put up stadium lights. But in the same vein that we heard under the downtown entertainment district, signage ordinance, it was no one's going to do that. So it seems like we're cherry picking here of what can be used and what cannot be used, when it doesn't seem like someone would put stadium lights under PGOS. So it's being used as a way to move this along.
I agree that nobody's going to build a football field here and put up stadium lights. I would agree with that. I think where it would pertain, for example, in their plan, tennis courts, pickleball courts, if those were to be constructed in the PGOS zoning, you could have outdoor lighting on those courts. They could be used in the evening where they're restricted through the SPD.
Okay.
And I want to clarify too, that we're not, I don't, apples to oranges here. We're not cherry picking. What I'm trying to show here is that we have heard the concerns of the residences, and we have taken what is currently allowed in PGOS and made it more restrictive, because we hear what people are saying. We hear them saying that they want more restrictive standards on the hours. They want more restrictive standards on the lighting. They're concerned about the adjacency to the residential. So all I'm saying here, I'm not saying that they're going to do this. I'm just saying we've restricted all of this of what they would be allowed to do within the SPD.
Yeah, and I do agree with you there. And I think my initial opening remarks were to give credit where credit's due. And I've been trying to be a good champ of that for both sides. And I think you're doing great work too, Leah.
Thanks. A planning question. This has made me think of primary versus accessory use. So at what point is it the hotel size? It becomes this 24-hour operation. It becomes the major destination of the project site. Would that be the hotel, boutique hotel, and its spa and its pool and its club amenities that the social users use become the primary use, and the golf course becomes the accessory use in practicality? Now, and in that case, does it change the entitlement, or would it change the process?
That's a good question. And I considered this too, because when this first came to me, I said, well, wait a minute. Is this an accessory use? Or the way I always kind of look at it is number one, we don't have accessory hotel use in the code. So it's not really an option anyways. But the way I always look at accessory uses is that if the primary use went away, would the accessory use still exist? So in this particular case, let's say the hotel gets built in the spa and the golf resort just shuts down. Does the hotel continue to exist? And the answer is yes. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's an accessory use as much as it is a supportive use or an ancillary use, but not necessarily dependent on the golf course for success, and vice versa.
So say it was the primary driver of this project, then would the process change? Or I guess not in SPD, because it's kind of like campus planning.
Exactly.
Okay. So
It doesn't
only under
really-
traditional zoning, then, would that become an issue?
Yes, and like I said, because we'd be looking at, can one function without the other? And in this particular case, I think they can function without each other. They're just supportive of each other. So in this particular case, because we're in the SPD, it doesn't really matter what's accessory and what's primary.
More questions?
Commissioner Del Villar.
Oh, no, my other questions are different.
For you, Leah. One question, somebody brought up that the public, the open spaces help sort of mitigate stormwater, air quality, et cetera, yeah, water runoff, et cetera. And I'm just kind of curious, and maybe it actually might be for the developers, is this going to be an issue? Was this considered? I mean, it is sort of an area where water does run off in general.
I think, yes, absolutely, it's definitely considered, and we do require, drainage plans and analysis, and obviously, if this was created for stormwater, then it's going to have to continue to do so, but really, it's a good question for the engineers.
With the applicant, yep.
Yes, Andy Durling, for the record again. Yeah, we actually included a hydrology study as part of the SPD. Okay. So we look at those elements of the infrastructure, sewer, and stormwater, to make sure it can be conveyed appropriately. So there's a regional drainage manual that dictates how we have to do that. So we obviously have to comply part and parcel with that.
Got it. Okay, excellent. Thank you. And sorry, Leah, I have another question for you. So, you talked about, and we've talked a lot about this, and the public's talked a lot about it, this shift from public space and the benefits that it brings to folks. So, we heard a lot of, we had a lot of emails coming from people. We've had a lot of people here talking tonight, people saying that they are in opposition. And so I'm just kind of curious how you see it when so many people are saying that this doesn't benefit them. How do you balance that? Like, what is that? How to help me come to terms with that? Because.
So Leah Picotti for the record. Regarding the open space, it's always difficult to balance competing policies in the master plan, right? I mean, we can open the master plan and we can pull some that support it and some that don't support it. But when I'm looking at this particular space, this driving range that for whatever reason is no longer being used as a driving range, that is located within the PGOS zone, but is not a public park and is privately owned and has been used commercially for the last 50 years, maybe longer. I have to look at what that could be, what it should be, and if it's going to be anything other than this space that's doing nothing right now, what policies can we implement? What standards can we implement to assure that when it is developed, because it will be developed in some way, what can we incorporate in it to make sure that it's compatible with the surrounding open space, with the surrounding residences, and with the businesses that are just down the street? So I have to sort of weigh all of these different competing interests, competing policies, and try to come up with the best thing that I can. And that's what I do. And then I take that application and we work together and we come up with something that staff can support, and then I recommend approval. And then you guys hear it, and whatever decision you make tonight, I will carry forward as your recommendation to the city council, who will then in turn make an ultimate decision. So I think when it comes to things like this, we just look at what it could be, what it is, what those policies are, and how we can best serve our community.
I have one final traffic question for the traffic engineer. There were a few public comments that came in that spoke to performing a cumulative traffic study. I would like to hear this on the record. Can you speak to, on page 9 of your report, you talk about what projects were included, and you call it your opening year, your background conditions. did you include those projects?
Again, Lauren Chilson, GCW for the record. Yes, we absolutely performed a cumulative analysis, one that includes the adjacent developments, the condo projects, for lack of a better, 600 Plumas Street was the official name for the project that was formerly the tennis courts. That is absolutely included in the traffic study. Additionally, traffic growth through the 2050 horizon. So yes, we have performed a cumulative analysis.
Thank you.
I have a traffic question. If memory serves, there's no RTC service at this location, correct?
I believe that is correct.
I remember that from the apartment
Yes.
complex, that there was no RTC. What are some things that can be done to reduce trip demand from the car? Like, what are things that we could do to lessen traffic? Or what is the threshold at which RTC says, okay, a stop is now warranted right here?
May I clarify your question? What do
Like,
you mean by a stop
what
is-
threshold
Oh.
of like number of employees or residents where a stop would be necessitated?
I don't think the RTC is going to reach that point for the reason that they have a planned project that addresses multimodal needs, capacity needs, safety needs. Those are all elements of that project. They have it programmed. It's well clarified in the RTIP for the year that it's programmed. I don't see anyone putting a stop in that. The policies are met, the project's mitigated. The work here has been done, in my opinion.
Just so I understood that, and again, not a transportation person, but I find it interesting. It's so associated with land use. So there's no threshold or trigger that you see that these kinds of intensifications cumulatively, the apartment building and this new hotel with numerous new employees, would necessitate some sort of transit service?
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood your question. I thought you meant some hard stop on development or.
Oh, no, I meant like a
totally
bus stop
misunderstood.
with a shelter. Okay.
So sorry, I totally misunderstood your question. The RTC plans transit service based on effectively on demand. And in areas where they cannot justify a fixed route service, they offer usually a ride service, a dial-up service. That's what they've been doing recently in outlying areas, those that do not have fixed route and would never really justify it. This area probably, again, in my opinion, I can't speak for the RTC, I'm not going to attempt to, but just my opinion, it probably doesn't warrant fixed route transit service. We can certainly collectively have a conversation with RTC about is a dial ride type of service justified, possible, all of those things. But I don't think at this point we're near a point where we're going to get transit service or a stop immediately adjacent for the reason that we're talking about a hotel, right? We're talking about tourism. Those folks are not going to ride the bus from across town to get to the hotel. They're coming from out of town renting cars, so they have access all over the community.
But
Just, again,
perhaps
just
the
my opinion.
employees plus the new apartment residents, perhaps.
We're certainly open to exploring opportunities with RTC and having that conversation. I'm not in any way trying to shut that down, just let's continue the conversation.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, just, no, not for you, sir, but thank you. I think probably for Leah, and I'll let you pass it on to someone else if you'd like to, probably my last one or so. And then I'll be happy to move on to deliberation when folks are. You know, the SPD requires a clear public benefit, right? And I swear I'll get off this bandwagon here. I'm just trying to really understand it here. And I know Mr. Gordon and Mr. Durling have highlighted that it's a shift away to like maybe diversifying the city's portfolio, if you will, or the community's portfolio, like to be more maybe tourism-based. I think you mentioned that as well, you know, move more towards tourism and helping with the tax revenue, but really didn't dive into specifics on that. Like, what does the tax revenue or the tourism model look like is in terms of ROI for the adjoining residents or that community and maybe the city as a whole? Maybe you don't have the numbers, but maybe just looking for an ROI here. Because we need something to bank on, right? More or less.
Commissioner Becerra, Andy Derling for the record. I don't have specific numbers as far as the fiscal impact that I think what you're kind of getting to. But I can speak to the fact that, this property is right now, has a commercial use, but it doesn't, the proposal is going to generate a tremendous amount more of tax revenue. So when you look at it from, a commercial land use, generates obviously a higher assessment than residential or in this case, the golf course, which is, the open space. The commercial, by virtue of it being commercial, it's held to a higher cap on how much it can increase year over year. So residential can only go up 3% per year. Commercial can go up 8% per year in their assessment. So higher tax base. In addition to that, because we have a lodging use, you would also have room tax, which goes into, to support various elements of, what RSCVA does and other things in our community.
Okay. Thanks, Andy.
Commissioner Gonfantini, this is probably a question for Mr. Duncan or his representation, if he feels comfortable.
Without my glasses on, I can actually see all of you, so go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Duncan.
Hello.
So there has been a significant amount of public outcry and mistrust of your development and your desire to continue to grow your business for your family and for the golf industry at large. My question to you is, what level of commitment do you have to the golf industry? What level of commitment do you have to the city of Reno with the golf industry? Where can we assure the neighbors that you continue to align with what you say you're going to align with? And how can you put them at ease in terms of your efforts align with what you're saying?
Sure. We come from a family that has been in town for 45 years. Lake Ridge isn't our only facility. We've never had the luxury of ever buying a golf course that was a winner. We bought the golf course from the university. The dates were a little iffy from the gentleman who came up and spoke earlier, but it was losing money. And we turned it around and we made it a vibrant business. We bought Toyabe. It was a losing proposition. We turned it around and made it a vibrant business. We bought Lake Ridge out of bankruptcy. We turned it around and we made it a vibrant business. We own and operate 6 golf courses in Northern Nevada and a new one 80 miles east in Meadow Vista, California, which also was on the verge of bankruptcy and closing, and we have turned it around and made it a vibrant business. We have done golf courses for 45 years, and our plan is, as a family and as community supporters, is that the next generation does it for the next 45. This proposed development just enhances the community at large, in our opinion. I have traveled to many different places that have boutique hotels and a lot of different amenities associated with their golf course, and it makes the golf course go from a golf course to a destination. To come here to enjoy Northern Nevada, to enjoy everything that we have. You can enjoy outdoors, the skiing, the golf, but we have been committed in Northern Nevada for 45 years, and we're committed for the next 45. I don't think I'll still be here. That's a pretty good sled for 93, but you never know.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Do we have any other questions from the commission before we move to deliberation? Hearing none, we are at 9:45. Shall we keep rolling? Any objections? Okay, let's keep moving. Deliberations. Commissioner Valto.
So earlier I told y'all kind of how I viewed 2021 and that the rationale for denying that. And I guess what I want to start with, my major concern still is how do we keep this a golf course? And that informs how I view this project. The reason why I thought it was incompatible in 2021 is because I think the more you put residential encroaching on the golf course, the more likely it is you can go to the city and say, we want more residential. We just put residential next to it. I think that by putting in a boutique golf resort at a golf course, it makes it very difficult for them to rezone the golf course in the future. Because if you're looking at what is compatible, we've just decided as a city to say there should be a boutique golf resort right here. If they were to come back with the other parcel that's not before us tonight and say, now we want to make this condos and houses, that is incompatible with the creation of a boutique golf resort. And I think that affects the developer's ability or the applicant's ability to try to change the rest of the golf course in a way that actually creates a lot of protections for the golf course and makes it more viable in the future. So I say that to kind of explain why I think I can come around from where I was in 2021, because a lot of the concerns I had then are addressed by an SPD handbook that says this will be a boutique golf resort. That makes me feel much more comfortable going forward that this will stay a golf course, which I think is very important for the neighbors and I think very important for the community. As far as the specific findings, the ones that I think are kind of most in contention are consistency of the master plan, compatibility with the surrounding area, and public benefit, which we've talked a lot about. As far as the consistency with the master plan, I wanted to start the questioning by looking at the master plan itself. And I think that given where this is located and its proximity to a regional center, the goal is infill and redevelopment. And given that it's on a major arterial, I think this is a thoughtful approach to something that transitions between what is already SMU, and if we look at the map, we see just to the east SMU zoning. And this is kind of a gradual transition that is tied into the purpose of the PGOS designation, or the purpose at least is how it's being used. As far as compatibility with the surrounding areas, this is a pure zoning question for me. Looking at what's next to it, it abuts SMU. This is SMU light because there's modifications and limitations on it, which I do think it makes it compatible. The public benefit question I think is really interesting, and I think we're focused a lot on the public benefit discussion about the public benefit to those immediately surrounding the area. The public benefit does not have to be just for those surrounding. It's a general public benefit to the community. People who live in the area who want to have their family stay there aren't going to have their family stay at the Peppermill anymore. They can stay at a resort by their house. There's a public benefit to just having a lifestyle amenity, and for the people surrounding it, a new restaurant, new things to do that are just more walkable and kind of create more of a community feel. And I think there's a general benefit to complying with the master plan goal of infill densification. So those are the ones I do feel comfortable on. The traffic portion, I think there is a proposal here that is interesting and helps mitigate this, and I'm not going to try to play traffic engineer, but I think, David, you did a good job analyzing some of these issues, or Chair Jocham, my apologies. But so that's kind of where I'm at with some of the bigger picture issues. But I'm interested in hearing how y'all feel about this.
Would you like to speak, Commissioner Rohrmeyer?
Sure.
Proceed.
Okay, this is a really tough project. I mean, this is a hard one that I think we've all spent weeks thinking about. We've been receiving copious public comment letters. I agree that an SPD is sort of the right zoning tool for a resort complex. It's unlike other sort of traditional zone asks. And I want to take it in a different direction. So think about inclusivity, exclusivity. Golf courses are by nature, by their use, exclusive. Golf is an expensive sport. Not everyone has access to it. Lake Ridge is semi-private, meaning it has a membership component. I think economic diversification in this what could be an amazing project with the right design standards and mitigations could pull in a wider consumer base. Now, it's not a public amenity, but there are a lot of people for which golf does not, they have no connection to the sport, and therefore that place has been historically off limits to them for 50 years. So I think in some ways, too, a thirsty green grass is not necessarily a landscape native open space to the Great Basin. So we have to sort of reimagine how Reno has changed over 50 years and plan for the generations who play less golf and still want to engage with this location, which is adjacent to McCarran and now sits at the center of our city, which it once did not. It was in the county and at the south end of town. So there are significant changes regionally that have to be considered. And at the heart of this is residential adjacency. And this board is confronted with residential adjacency often. And I want to be very clear that the audience, the turnout that we've had here tonight is extremely privileged compared to a lot of the cases that we see with residential adjacency. We have heard so many massive industrial distribution, warehouses, data centers, 24-hour operations that are noisy and bright, sitting right next to houses that are in a far different income bracket in the North Valleys and have had to and made the case to approve those. So I can't sit here tonight and give this a blind denial just based on what we've done elsewhere and say that this is different than the kinds of residential adjacency cases we've seen elsewhere. In fact, this one is much more mitigated. It has the potential to be a good neighbor. I really hope in the time from Planning Commission to City Council, some of those things have been worked out. And the only finding I have a hard time making, truthfully, is the traffic. And I see that there's an opportunity here for walkability. I see that there's enough generation that maybe a bus service fixed route service could be warranted in a place that has been completely excluded and ignored by RTC. So I know that this is not what the neighbors want to hear, and I am a resident of this neighborhood. I live close to this, and I feel strongly that it's going to be an unpopular vote as your neighbor, but I can make the findings and support this.
Commissioner Jockman, so I will speak about traffic here. Normally, I try to keep my comments brief. The situation in this neighborhood is a little bit unique and different than many other parts of town. There have been a number of development applications that have come through this area that have not had traffic mitigations. I am fairly new to this commission. I'll speak first to the zoning perspective that I see as it pertains to transportation planning. What we have is a request to effectively upzone open space along a principal arterial. If you look, when you think of roads, along a principal arterial in an urban area, you should have commercial, retail, other forms of higher uses along those principal arterials. We don't always have that in Reno. And that's sort of at the core of what the problem is in this part of town. What we have is a principal arterial, McCarran. There was a fatality at Plumas and Lakeside 2 months ago with a wheelchair. Some of you may know who that was. I do not. However, when you're looking at this, my first perspective of this is that we have 3-4 miles of principal arterial that have residential all along it in an urban area. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And so this is right at the crux of an infill project where effectively you see this applicant seeking to move the intensity of zoning to the west along McCarran. So I would encourage City Council, and this is where I'm going a little bit beyond the application, but I would encourage City Council to have a greater discussion. They had one yesterday about McCarran Boulevard and traffic safety specifically. Not every person was there. However, that discussion is on the backdrop of the fact that a principal arterial isn't exactly in line with residential zoning for many miles. This causes the problem that we have. And so there are regional trips going through your neighborhood every day from Verdi in the morning over to places like Meadowood Mall. it's a principal arterial. They have every right to do so, but it doesn't make sense. To put that in lay terms, they should be using the spaghetti bowl. For a regional trip of that length, they should be accessing a higher functional class. So I get that that's a little bit nerdy. However, the lay way to put that is they should use the spaghetti bowl, and they do not. We do not have the right to stop them from doing that. However, what we could to do is a number of things. But when I see the comments here from the community, you're speaking technically that we would like to have a lower functional class. You don't actually want more capacity. You want to see something lower, calmer, that would be more indicative of your neighborhood. And this is where it gets at the crux of who owns the road. McCarran is owned by the Nevada Department of Transportation. We have limited jurisdiction over that road. Now, our findings require us to make specific level of service findings pertaining to the RTC and the City of Reno. We do not take a look at NDOT findings. However, for this purpose, they're effectively the same. RTC will make us find E on this road. In the morning, you have, per the traffic study, over 1,000 vehicles going eastbound. You have substantial queues on that approach. You have it on Plumas as well. And you can say that you have a traffic problem. The traffic study is documenting level of service F. That is in conflict with the finding. So you have a mitigation with this application, which I believe is the first time that you are seeing a mitigation with a development project in your neighborhood. And that is not something that you are accustomed to. A phase overlap is a bit of a unique thing, and the applicant has documented that the level of service, specifically the seconds of delay there, are decreasing overall with this mitigation. The condition that they're proposing conditions them with either having the RTC project go first. That in the study is documented as level of service D, which allows me to make that finding, or they're mitigating the traffic associated with their project. I can be sympathetic to the fact that they did not get the approval that they wanted from NDOT. We do not have authority over NDOT for their roads. So this, I can understand that the applicant is in a bit of a pickle here. They are only able to access the road on Golf Club Drive. We do not have, or certainly I don't have the interest in restricting to a right in, right out at that location because other people live on that property. That access point, albeit private, is effectively treated as a public road by all the folks who live in that community. I've been talking for a while here. So the final thing I will say is that the City Council, in addition to this application, they need to take a look at what they want to do with this road. And maybe it means a transfer of jurisdiction. I'm not quite sure what they would like to do with it, but they need to take a holistic look at the road. As long as it's a principal arterial, it's going to be used as such. And as long as we encourage speeds and we focus on capacity, because on the backdrop of this, we have an RTC project saying, we're going to do more capacity. Well, our findings are in line with capacity, which is often in conflict with pedestrian and bicycle safety. So I'll try to wrap this up. I like traffic, so I apologize. But there's a higher level regional issue that if it were addressed, I should say city issue, if it were addressed, we would not have these challenges in your neighborhood. And so I want City Council to also take a look at that. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Becerra, for the record, thank you. I'll just kind of follow that sentiment a little bit, keep my remarks a little shorter. First, I want to start off by thanking the residents and the applicant for their diligence on this, and highlight that we are, at this phase for this project, a recommending body. Oftentimes we get projects that just kind of come through us and they could kind of stop here more or less, right, and go out to build and go vertical if we do our part. But in this case, regardless of how we vote or what the recommendation is, it's going to move on to our council. So I do want to just thank everyone for their work. I don't yet see the clear public benefit value. I see aspirations, and I think they're awesome. I do think that we need to diversify our economy or our portfolio and not bank on one or two things as we have historically. And I can say that because I grew up here my entire life. And so I do think that, or I would strongly implore that if the SPD and the public benefit is to diversify the economy, then as Jerry Maguire said, show us the money. Like, show us exactly what we're getting, right? Show us numbers. And I know it's probably early to do that, but that would be a good next phase at council. And I'll highlight that at Regional Planning Commission, just this last Monday, we passed a motion to support our TMRPA staff to actually have a kind of regional alignment collaboration task force. And I hope that maybe council can work with them in helping maybe address some of these, not just Reno issues, but regional issues with traffic. And I do agree with some of you folks in that this traffic is painful, both not just from a vehicle side, but from a multimodal transportation lens. And I would want to know, like, what triggers a need for a RTC bus, for instance, because I know Bus 56 goes to South Meadows. Why would it not go down to Cullen Ranch and the like? So, you know, I guess with that, I would say keep doing the work, both residents and the applicant, and I'm confident that at some point along the way, something fruitful can come from it. Right now, I'm having a hard time with the public benefit under an SPD as it's being presented to us, but maybe someone can sway me. And I also do want to say that I think, Commissioner Velto, you mentioned at the beginning that you were concerned about the precedent. I think, you know, about the in 2021, it was, I think, your language that there was a concern for a precedent that if the commission at that time approved that request, then maybe it would be a precedent for more residential applications to come before this body, and there be a kind of precedent for those to kind of be supported. And I think the same can be applied here if we're not careful, that, well, maybe the golf course is protected, but what about a precedent for setting more SMU? And maybe that's the policy and direction of the city, who knows, right? Going westward, but I'm not sure, and that wasn't really touched on tonight. But that would be something that, you know, would give me pause.
Commissioner Williams, for the record. I have a little bit of knowledge in the golf course industry as I oversee or get to see some internals of one in the north. I would say on a very basic level, you can attribute public benefit to the success and the long-term success of this golf course because it inherently has a large portion in people's property values. And so when I think about the success of a golf course, I think about how we can continue its success. I think this model that Mr. Duncan is proposing tonight is one that you will see is being adopted around the country, especially in those areas that are seasonal golf. And so I'm generally supportive of the project. I understand the vision. I'm happy with the concessions that were made tonight. I'm happy that they agreed to reduce the time frame, which should eliminate some concern. And I'm pretty confident in the way that the SPD was wrote that it will inevitably give the outcome that they are proposing tonight. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Obviously, we want our business owners here to be successful. Obviously, not at the cost of our residents necessarily. And I've kind of gone back and forth. I still have some concerns with the traffic. I'm just not. Nobody knows what's really going to happen. But I am very concerned about the traffic and the basically that the RTC hasn't really even approved or been able to fund the expansion and widening of McCarran. So that's a big concern of mine. Other concerns I have, and again, to Commissioner Williams' point, I appreciate you guys focusing on doing 7-year implementation, because I think at the crux of this is obviously people, they want to save Lakeside. They want to save the golf course. And I think that there are still some concerns about that. But that doesn't necessarily have to do with this piece of property per se. So again, I think that, and I don't know how to help. I mean, I think it's just kind of one of those things where you build it and then they see that this is it's going to be okay, that you're not getting rid of the golf course. The other concern that I still have is the there's a lot. You know, it really is that benefit that we keep talking about. And again, I want to say I appreciate everything that Duncan has done. I've seen the concessions. I saw where this started, you know, with, you know, trying to incorporate the 155 acres and now down to the specific area. Things that you've focused on in terms of you guys have done a lot, and I appreciate that, and I feel like you've heard the public speaking. I actually like the idea of a boutique style hotel in Reno. I'm not necessarily saying this is the right place for it, or I'm not saying it is or isn't, but I think that these types of projects and businesses are important for Reno to help us grow and to bring in the kinds of business that we're looking for and that we need to in order to grow and make this a viable, sustainable area for people to come to, want to visit, and want to build businesses here. So, I'm a little undecided at the moment. I'm still concerned about traffic, but it's kind of where I am at the moment.
Commissioner Confiantini, there's much deliberation about protection of this particular golf course. The application, and restated by the applicant's representative, is stating that they are making the boutique hotel either primary or secondary, but the reality is that these two entities function together. And in order to protect this golf course long-term, we need to move forward with looking at the opportunity to make this boutique hotel a viable option for the city. I think we are all in agreement that it's a wonderful use of the space. The land is no longer suitable for its historic use based on the driving range no longer being in use. So we have to kind of move forward. Regionally, we're looking at significant projects, the arena, and this certainly does not kind of match the arena's scope, but we continue to evolve as a region, and I continue to like to see families like Duncan's reinvest in Reno, and I would love this commission to recommend that we support families like this, and so that we can keep Nevada business in Nevada and continue to have evolution in that space. So I support this project.
I have a couple of sort of procedural questions, especially because this is a recommendation to City Council. So I'm not sure how we're going to vote or how this is presented, but when we do things, would we say, like, we recommend that City Council consider adding or making it 7 years instead of 10 years? What's the process here?
Yeah, so if there is a motion, for example, if there is a motion to approve, it would be staff's recommendation that you include the various items that were agreed to tonight. For example, the traffic signal, the traffic modification, the sustainability requirements, the modification to timing, and then Mr. Durling presented an additional condition, I believe, to reduce parking on the east side. We would recommend that you include those to be incorporated into the SPD handbook. So they're not conditions, they'll be incorporated as standards into the handbook.
Commissioner Velto?
I happen to be writing them all down, so if anybody, whenever we get to that point.
Great.
I'll say one thing. It sounds like Commissioner Del Villar, you had a few thoughts about traffic there. One thing that I noted in the applicant suggested condition of approval was that, and Callie, would you be able to put that back up? You had mentioned that you had concerns about RTC funding. I don't even want to tell you about NDOT. So,
That's a general concern, but.
yeah. Well, don't look at NDOT. So, can we get the, so what I'm focusing on there with the, they state if the McCarran Boulevard widening project will not be completed. So I don't think we have to focus on the funding. The way the
Okay. I see.
condition's written is that if it occurs, we have the capacity improvement, the study's documenting the level of service standard being met at that point in the future. So that's not as a result of their project. They would just be paying impact fees, which they will be regardless in this case. The other thing that they could have to do, which allows them to control their own destiny, and I want to be very delicate about this because there is a regional traffic problem in this neighborhood, and it's pumping through on a principal arterial. Everyone in this room agrees that that is going to exist with or without this project or any potential next one, unless City Council takes up that discussion about what to do with the road and possibly considering a transfer of jurisdiction as the very first point to start that. That there is precedent for this in Southern Nevada with urban principal arterials. We don't have much of a say in what we can do in that road until we own it. And so that's on my mind, understanding there's a regional traffic problem. You still have to mitigate your traffic impact. This is a literal finding that I am tasked with making. So when we're operating within level of service F, I'm unwilling to see that delay increase as a result of a development project. The applicant showed on the slide that the level of service will decrease. That allows me to identify that the traffic impacts associated with this application before us here tonight have been mitigated. So will traffic continue to be a concern? Yes. However, we cannot task an applicant with mitigating a regional traffic impact. We can task them with mitigating their impact. A phase overlap, in my eyes, is helping with this specific project, particularly because a lot of these will be trips that are not going to other homes. So to put that in lay terms, this is a hotel. They may be coming from the airport or back to the freeway, that higher functional class. They will be using that movement. So a phase overlap adds capacity directly associated with their project.
Can I ask another question of the applicant? Thank you. Andy? So one thing, and apologies, this has been going on for a while, and we've had a lot of different conversations and things have come up. At one point, I think we talked about like when folks from hotels check in and check out, right? And so I'm wondering if that was taken into consideration with the traffic.
Yeah,
as well.
I may defer to Lauren. He's probably a better
Oh,
to
okay,
answer this, but
sure.
I can speak more anecdotally, and he can give you more of the facts. But yes, a hotel use peaks very differently than a residential, right? Residential, you're heading to work between 7 and 9 in the morning. You're coming home between 4 and 6 in the evening.
Hotels never let me check in early.
Right. Hotel is, right, it's, 3, 4 o'clock check-in, so you're arriving, midday or later in the evening maybe. And then in the morning, it's really different, right? Because in the morning, a hotel user isn't going, or a hotel guest isn't going to work, right? So they're not making that morning commute trip. So their peaks are different. And that's what's, kind of reflective in why the impact isn't that big. And to Commissioner Jockeman's point, with, the condition that's on the screen, we are able to adequately mitigate our incremental impact as part of this overall project.
Okay. And then maybe, if you wouldn't mind, because I'm not David, traffic, what did you call yourself, nerd? I just don't understand what this actually means and how this actually mitigates traffic.
Yeah, again, Lauren Chilson. So I want to tag on to Andy's comment just super quickly. Our responsibility is to assess the worst conditions throughout the day. In this case, that's the commute hour. And so we study the amount of traffic that happens during the commute hour so we make sure we get the peak of the peak. So that's what's been evaluated. To answer your question, what happens is this additional right turn green arrow, which goes at the same time as the left, that's why we call it an overlap, increases the ability decreases the delay on the right turn movement.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, for the record, just a couple of thoughts. I do want to just kind of highlight again, like, things do change. A few of us shared that. There's things we want to protect and steward, and I can appreciate that. I think we all do. There is this sentiment as well that we're applying something here or paying maybe more attention than sometimes we pay attention to other areas in our community with less wealth and power. And I would ask this commission to kind of keep that in mind as we evaluate all these different large-scale projects or SPDs and the sort in the future, to do that kind of more equitably, regardless of who can afford to be here or not representing themselves. I think that really the missed opportunity here is that there isn't a level of specificity expected of applicants, and not to their fault in this case. I actually think they knocked it out of the park, almost like the Dodgers recently did. But I think that if city council can direct or work with planning staff more to up their game in regards to the level of specificity that they're working with applicants, like for an SPD, they should expect to know what the policy direction or shift is as of recent, so we're all on the same page. I truly think that if they knew that, I would be fully on board tonight, because that information would be provided, because I have full faith, and you all know that Mr. Durling and I and several others haven't seen eye to eye on some of their projects, but they've been really good on this one, and I do want to give them credit. So for city council listening or later on, please take that in mind, that they do have my vote of confidence in that, and that will show up. At the same time, though, that level of detail, that value that we expect in an SPD is just not there yet. So I'm just at the 2-yard line. But I believe that they can get there if city council can expect more and maybe do their part as well, which I know they will, and I respect them all. So just kind of wanted to say that.
Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'll say one final thing. So, Commissioner Jockeman, a lot of my comments have been to the community about this one. Again, this is the first development application where you're seeing a condition tied to traffic mitigation in this neighborhood. This last comment is sort of to the applicant. My basis of support for the upzoning portion of this is largely focused on the fact that it's a principal arterial. And the zoning exercise you seek to employ is along a principal arterial where that should be done. That basis of support does not carry that far beyond a principal arterial. And to put that in lay terms, we're looking at 155 acres, but we're looking at 12 of it. I can see the findings there. I struggle with what remains for the golf course from a zoning perspective. So I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Velto?
Yeah, I'm asking that it be put up so everyone can see it, because it's quite lengthy and it's not the same as that. I just emailed you the motion, if you could put that up. I just want to make sure y'all have input in this because it's a lot of words.
Give me just a second, Commissioner Velto.
But we're not amending the master plan amendment. We're just adding that language to this SPD, because what we're going to do 2 votes, right?
I thought it was 1 vote, but all of the changes are going to be about the,
We have red lines to the handbook. We have at least 1 additional condition of approval. Staff, would you like to weigh in on this and provide any
So-
recommendations for how we make a recommendation?
it'll be put up, maybe we can see it and then you can. And the new stuff is the numbered stuff.
So let's take 30 seconds, a minute to read through that. So we now formally have this in front of us. Do we
My-
have any further?
My question is, the one that relates to removal of the parking spaces, I don't know if that's exactly what Commissioner Romeyer wanted, so.
My request is to not have any over parking. So I'm not sure if it was 30 or 36 spaces.
So I would suggest to modify that first item such that it is to not exceed. We should not specify removal of 30 parking spaces on a conceptual site plan for an SPD. We should state that it shall not exceed
Minimum code, it shall not
minimum
exceed
code
minimum code
requirements.
requirements.
However, I do want to specify that because you're looking at a site plan that is tied to the handbook, that it's specifically those parking spaces that abut the residential on the east side.
Can I ask you a clarifying question? So if it says modify handbook to not exceed minimum code requirements, specifically excluding parking spaces that abut, what are the next words?
Eastern boundary or the eastern retaining walls.
What about west of existing Golf Club Drive? Is that what you're referring to?
At the bottom of the benched retaining walls under the townhomes is the area they showed removing the parking. And that would be a place where additional landscape screening would be helpful.
Would it be easier if we said to remove the excess parking spaces that are closest to residential uses to the east shall be the ones to be removed?
Sounds better.
That are closest to residential.
Residential uses to the east, those should be the ones to be removed.
Okay,
And meet minimum parking requirements.
yep, got that. Okay, with that,
Can I add just thoughts on that with, maybe for the record and for city council just to know, because they're probably not going to know why 7 years, right? And maybe just so people are there, when they're thinking about this, do you remember why it was 7 years, Leah?
I think that we said 7 years because that provides some time for us to figure out if RTC is going to do the widening,
I don't know.
but
Maybe from
also
that-
reduces that time frame.
Right, maybe from that lens, but I think, and Commissioner Williams, this was your recommendation, I think the idea was, I don't know, just 7 years. So-
I thought the response from Mr. Derling was essentially that gives them enough time and comfort to coordinate financing, get through permitting, and do a lot of the things that it takes to get this operational, and anything less than 7 years would make it difficult for them to accomplish things that are less predictably on a timeline. So that's why they thought 7 years was palatable. That was my recollection from the dialogue between Mr. Derling and
Right, I
Commissioner.
think palatable, but the starting point was just off the cuff, correct, Commissioner Williams?
Yeah, I'm more speaking to what my recollection of Mr. Derling's statement.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that they have some guidance as to like why we're recommending 7.
Yeah.
Andy Derling, for the record, yes, to confirm Commissioner Velto's comments there. And I would add, and to demonstrate the applicant's commitment to completing the project in a timely manner.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And with that, I'm ready to make a motion.
Do we have the final verbiage associated with the parking spaces?
I
I'm
do
sure-
in my doc.
Can we put that up there so that Commissioner Rohrmeyer can see that?
Yep.
And
I
yeah,
will-
Commissioner Becerra, I appreciate your thoughts on justifying the 7 years. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Kelly, I'm sending a revised number 1. It's a little small, but Commissioner Rohrmeyer, can you confirm that is your intent? Okay, and excluded will not be in past tense when I read it. That's the only change. Okay. Chair, can I make a motion?
Please proceed with a motion.
In the matter of case number LDC 25-00061, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to adopt the master plan amendment by resolution and recommend that City Council approve the master plan and zoning map amendments subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and a conformance review by the Regional Planning Commission with the additional changes to the specific plan district handbook. First, as it relates to parking, modify the handbook to not exceed minimum code requirements, specifically exclude the excess parking spaces that are closest to the residential uses to the east. Second, as it relates to traffic, prior to certificate of occupancy for the hotel, the project shall construct a minor traffic signal modification adding a northbound right turn overlap phase at the McCarran Boulevard Plumas Street intersection, subject to the City of Reno and NDOT approval, if the McCarran Boulevard widening project will not be completed before the hotel's certificate of occupancy is issued. Third, as it relates to sustainability, additional language will be included in the SPD handbook as identified in the presentation slide from Mr. Durling. Fourth, as it relates to time of completion date of construction, the timeline of completion will be modified from a maximum of 10 years to substantial completion in 7 years, and the applicant must provide written updates to staff on the status of completion to the City of Reno as directed by the City of Reno.
We have a motion.
Commissioner Gonpantini, I second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay. For 1B, the clear public benefit to offset the master plan goals and priorities has not been made.
We have a recommendation, a technical recommendation of approval that is 6-1. That concludes this agenda item. We will now move to item B, staff announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick announcements. I know we've had a long night. At the last City Council meeting, the council upheld your recommendations for approval for the South Valleys Park zone change, as well as the High Sierra Gas conditional use permit, which was, as you recall, for hazardous materials, which requires council approval. At their next meeting, so the first meeting in December, they will consider the child care text amendment that was presented to you last month that this body also recommended approval on. That will be at their next meeting. That's all I have for this evening.
And D, business items, was that covered under there as well? Okay, so E, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report. Commissioner Becerra, would you like to give this recap of the items on? I'm calling you on the spot. I apologize. So
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'd be happy to.
Okay.
So we, the Stonegate project came before us again, which I think might have been a surprise to folks, but it was really for a conformance review after it went through the process that it went through for several months, and it passed with the necessary supermajority that it needed to advance. So that's moving forward. As I mentioned earlier, the TMRPA was tasked or supported with their task force to essentially collaborate regionally with municipalities and so forth on regional issues. So that's good. It's going to be a kind of a task force led by Dr. Jeremy Smith and his staff, and I'm sure point of context for each municipality. And I think those were the big items, unless others want to cover it.
I think that is sufficient. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Item F, future agenda items for discussion only. Do we have anything from the commission?
I would just like to state that, as we did our last meeting, we do have upcoming presentations and trainings that have been brought up in the past. Those will be coming forward.
Hearing nothing else. Item G, public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak under this item?
I do not have any requests to speak forms. We do have 2 attendees in Zoom. If you're in Zoom and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. With that, we have no closing public comment.
Item H, adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Commissioner Becerra?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting
Aye.
adjourned.